in Folsom Lake Ford always pays top dollar for your trade. So hurry to Folsom Lake Ford, a 6-time Triple Crown winner for sales and service excellence. That's why they're my trusted dealer, and they should be yours too. Tell them Coach Doug Christie sent you, or shop them online at FolsomLakeFord.com.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Hey, what's up, Sacramento? It's Kyle Draper. Turn up the cleanliness at your restaurant, healthcare, or industrial business with Alsco Uniforms, the official sponsor of the Sacramento Kings Mop Crew. We've got you covered with crisp uniforms, hygienically clean linens, floor mats, and, of course, mops delivered weekly. But that's not all. Alsco Uniforms also offers weekly services for first aid and restroom supplies. Discover why it pays to keep clean with Alsco Uniforms. Just go to alsco.com to learn more. Again, that's ALSCO.com.
Ready to make this Christmas unforgettable? Shop early and save at Prestigio Jewelers' biggest Black November sale ever. For over 30 years, Prestigio Jewelers has offered in-house financing and fine jewelry. Guaranteed credit approval between $400 and $10,000 with no money down options. Prestigio Jewelers, the perfect jewelry, the perfect price, helping you build perfect credit. With locations in Sacramento, Stockton, Merced, and Fresno, or online at prestigiojewelers.com.
It's Black Friday all month long at Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. When buying a car, getting a good deal, it's kind of the easy part. Where Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram really sets themselves apart from anywhere else is the experience, from sales to service and everything in between. It's why so many people keep coming back to Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. It's because it's the place where a handshake still means something. And if you've been wanting to experience that Jeep life, there's no better time than now. SacSuperstore.com, located off of Business 80 across from Hagen Oaks Golf Course.
This holiday season, create a fun and joyful memory for you and your loved ones. Come light the world and help those in need through the Giving Machine. November 16th through January 1st at the Westfield Galleria Mall in Roseville and in Modesto at Valley Fair Mall. Choose from local charities serving your community or from global charities worldwide. Come feel the Christmas spirit at the Giving Machine. Learn more at givingmachine.greatersacramentomodesto.org.
Your local sports leader in the 916.
KHD1 Sacramento. KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios. Sacktown Sports 1140. Feeding your passion for local sports in the afternoon. It's the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Kyle Drake on your radio at 1140 a.m.
Streaming audio at SacktownSports.com and the Sacktown Sports app.
You can also watch the show on YouTube at Sacktown Sports 1140. Here are the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Kyle Drake.
Well, Kyle Draper, of course, is feeling Minnesota. He's traveling with the team. We'll hear from him tomorrow. Kings taking on the T-Wolves tomorrow night. So you got Jay and Whitey today. And Jay, I'm doing something right now that I don't advise anyone to do. I'm looking directly at the box score from the second half of the Kings game last night. It is not pretty. I have a question for you, Jay. I'm confused by something. And a lot of people I know are confused. They watch the Kings play and they wonder what's going on. But Jay, I'm confused as to why so many people are confused, because I don't mean to pile on or anything, but watching this team the last 4 games, I watched the way they're playing right now, and I'm not surprised they're losing because they're playing really badly and they can't make a shot. What's the mystery?
Well, I think you led into it yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Which is part of the situation is this team is – did you text that? Oh, no, that was Drake's talking about the 49ers. Excuse me.
Yeah.
This team is who we thought they were, right? Danny Green. But
yeah.
I think you touched on it yesterday. There are some things that pretty much we know the answer to already. I think you touched on it a little bit yesterday. And we saw a change in the starting lineup, and we'll just start right there. But I'm with you. I don't think there's too much of a mystery of what's going on with this team. I consistently always say until this team gets a little more intensity, a little more heart, plays with the intensity and plays with a little heart. And, we can talk about it. And I know we are talk about the jump shot, the shooting, the percentages, all of that good stuff. This team is going to be a 500 type team.
Yeah. I know you and I, before the show, we were exchanging texts on what Malik had to say last night. We'll hear some of that at some point. Malik saying that he and DeMar and De'Aaron and Domas intend to address the team in Minnesota. He was not entirely clear on what they'll discuss, but I got the sense from what he was saying that he feels the need anyway to impress upon his teammates. They have to start better. And last night they got off to a decent start, which is kind of to your point, Jay. That's really all you can do right now is you can control your effort level. And I think that's kind of what Malik and the veterans are going to focus on. But to me, I just think that this is a very thin team. And I think that and the shooting are really dragging them down right now.
Yeah. And I think he's seeing with everybody else is seeing. Hanson, again, just jumping back to it, there was a little change, or at least there was a rearrangement in the fact of how they were trying to start. But I think that's part of it. A lot of times, and we hear this quite a bit from analysts and NBA insiders, people who come on the drive guys. Every time you turn on the television and you watch an NBA person, it doesn't matter who starts, it doesn't matter who finishes the game. And I've said a few times that's BS, man. It matters about who starts the game. It's kind of the same conversation of it depends on how you end the season compared to how you started the season. But then how many times have we looked back in the beginning of the season or throughout the season where it's like, dang, they lost twice to that team? Oh, my goodness, they lost to that team at home. You can't tell me they lost to this, team B on the road. And so every game matters. Yeah. Depends on how you start, too.
I think it's possible right now that Keon Ellis is the best shooter on the team. And please don't, if you want to go ahead, call us, text us, yell at me if you want. Right now anyway, he's shooting the ball better than anybody else on the team. We don't know for sure if he's the best shooter until he shoots more and possibly makes more. But last night he was 2 or 3 beyond the arc. He took 4 shots. He made 3 of them on a night in which the Kings, let's just look at that second half. I mentioned that second half box score. They were 1 of 13 in the second half on threes. I mean, they're putting up some absolutely horrendous 3-point shooting numbers right now. There's just no way around that. The 2 games against the Clippers, it's like, that's not supposed to happen. That'd be like a high school team would go, hey guys, we need to pick it up a little bit. This is an NBA team going, were they 3 for 26, whatever they were in the one game, and then they had another bad game Friday. That is a little puzzling because, I think the bottom line is this team they're not as good at shooting the 3 ball as we all assumed they were, Jay.
Yeah, probably so. I mean, I think, and I'll go back to what you guys talked about yesterday. And I believe HT is we got shooters. We just don't have makers.
Yes.
Right.
That was Jerry Reynolds last week.
Jerry Reynolds.
Yeah,
excuse me.
Right.
Shouts out to the legend who will be joining us today at 4:30, by the way. But is Keon the best shooter on this team because you're looking at percentages?
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. I mean, right now, when he shoots it, there's a good chance it's going to go in. The rest of them, and I know De'Aaron's been, he's been putting up amazing numbers. Last night, the Thunder, a very good defensive team. They did a good job on him. Here's what I think the Kings have been worried about with Kevin Huerter. It's only one game, and I agree that Keon should be starting. But I'm guessing one of the concerns was, look, if you have Kevin Huerter coming off the bench, I mean, he's already struggled with his confidence. What happens then? And last night, anyway, it's just one game, but he played only 10 minutes. He just was barely there at all.
Yeah, but it was funny because that was the next question I was going to ask you about Keon is, and you just said because of the percentage. So you're just going off what your eyes show you. But I was going to argue, and I may talk about it a little more today in the form of I think Keon is the best shooter right now because he's confident. Unlike Keegan Murray, unlike Trey Lyles. I know some people would like to argue the Trey Lyles situation, and I'll go ahead and give you the 2 or 3 games and pat you on the back. And yeah, he did well, but I'm also take the bigger scope of the situation is he hadn't been shooting it well. We know Kevin Huerter. Now, he did have a decent start to the season, but it seems like, as you said, he's been lost the last handful of games, the last week. DeMar's kind of been banged up the last few games prior to this game. So I thought DeMar shot the ball very well, albeit even from 3-point land, but he doesn't take that many. So it's easy to say he can't be the best shooter. De'Aaron has been up and down in certain instances. So it's tough to argue about the Keon situation, but I wanted to pinpoint the fact of, well, and Domas has shot the ball well from three, even though he's only shot it a handful of times also. But I think Kevin Huerter's situation is we're starting to kind of, and I'm hoping we don't turn that corner, is we're starting to kind of get into that same rut. Is Kevin Huerter confident enough to do what we know he is capable of doing?
Yeah, he and Will made this point yesterday, and I think we've talked about it before. I think it's a very valid point. I'm sure Kevin Huerter is keenly aware of this. Now, he's shown aspects of his game that we weren't sure were there this year at times with rebounding, and he's gotten into passing lanes. He's done some other things. But if he's not making his three-point shot, it's hard to keep him on the floor. That's just, that's just the fact of the matter. There are certain guys in the league that have their skills. There's reasons why you have them on the floor. Certain guys they give you defense. If they're not defending, they give you nothing. Certain guys aren't rebounding. Well, there's no reason to have on the floor. If Kevin Huerter's not knocking down threes, Jay, it's hard to see a reason. And I'm not coming after him or anything, but that's just the fact of the matter. If he's not making threes, it's hard to keep him on the floor.
Yeah, agreed. And I think that's been one of the things people have talked, his naysayers, the people who've disparaged the fact of starting Malik Monk. And, this was prior to Keon Ellis. And even when Keon did come back, even when Kevin Huerter did be in the mix with Keon, I think most people always said if he's not hitting the threes, he's really not bringing a lot of value to the team. And again, you got to give credit where credit is due. And I know it seems like a season ago, but Kevin Huerter had a decent start on the defensive side.
Yeah.
He was very active.
Yep.
He played good team defense. And even in instances, Kevin Huerter played, even last night, he had a couple of possessions where it's like, okay, that's cool. Right. Now, with all that being said, the fact of the matter is we're looking at the grander scheme of things. If he's really not hitting his threes, he's really not adding a lot to what the Kings done. I know I've been a naysayer in the form of I would also did what we saw last night, and so it's going to be interesting moving forward of how they operate that. And of course, we'll play the sound of Mike Brown saying things had to be changed and then just needed a different perspective. But it's tough in the form of this, Whitey. Let me ask you. If you aren't confident in shooting, and that's what Kevin Huerter seems to be in certain instances, and he's also kind of been, an assailant of, well, you're not bringing nothing to the table if you're not hitting threes, then how do you go about, adding to his confidence or bringing him back? And I get what people are going to say. Jay, he's a pro. He gets paid tons of money. You got to do what you got to do. But I'm just asking you, what do you do as a former coach, the legendary?
The only thing I can think of, not having ever coached anywhere near that level, is, I'm sure they're doing this, looking at tape or something. If somebody can find one little thing, hey, Kev, you know what you're doing? Your elbow's not as straight or whatever it is. If there's something there, it gives you a starting point where you can try to rebuild the shot when you're really just trying to rebuild the confidence. That I don't know. Someone has to look, and I'm sure they do this too. What shots is he taking? Are they the shots that he should be taking? Is he taking shots that he is not entirely comfortable with? Other than that, it's kind of up to him. Here's an interesting thought from Arthur Smith in the Chateau. He says, we've had so many injuries where players just can't get that gel. I get that, but I don't think that's the problem. When I watch them, I don't. Yeah, at times they look a little out of sync, but I don't see that as a symptom of the fact that they haven't played enough together. I don't know. Maybe that's. Do you see it that way, Jay? Well, I understand that, but when I watch them, I don't. Yeah. That's not what comes to mind.
I'll take it a step a little further. Who was that? Arthur? You said Arthur Smith?
Arthur Smith.
Yeah, I'll say this: 20 games into the season, DeMar DeRozan being fresh and new to the game plan, the bench is just about fair exchange, no robbery. Like no one from the bench, just about who played a certain amount of minutes last year, minus Malik Monk. And sometimes Keon is even in this rotation, albeit we don't even know what the rotation is, to be completely honest.
That's,
which is another thing. But there has to be some type of transition period in the form of, and they talked about this. How did you watch the game last night? Whitey, did you watch the NBA TV?
I was there, and then I came home and watched NBC.
Okay, so I watched it on NBA TV. So it was Center Court game last night. And Channing Frye, D3, Dennis Scott, they were the analysts. And one of the things that they said that was super interesting was looking at the form of, does DeMar slow the Kings down, or has the Kings slowed down? And does DeMar need to fit in with the Kings, or do the Kings need to welcome DeMar and allow him to fit in? And both of those guys said it's just timing. There is a matter of time. It takes time for people to fit in, as we do understand and know. But the other part they both said that really caught my attention was they believe DeMar plays at such a high level, super intelligent, all-star level type player, and the Kings play a certain style, and they'll get to that style sooner or later, and it will mesh. Unfortunately, we just haven't seen it in the first couple of games, and I say couple, but you get what I'm saying. And so I'm not sure this team is clicking on all cylinders in any form or fashion. And when we start to point fingers, when we start to ask questions, when we start to try to figure out, well, the bench is a situation. Is it the coaching? Are they not intense? Is the intensity not there when they start the game? I think you can point to a little bit of everything, just like when we're talking about the 49ers. And you know what, to me, that tells me they're average right now.
That's it.
They're a very average team.
Right. If you look at this is wrong and this needs to be better and that needs to be better and that needs to be better, you're describing a team that just isn't that good.
There you go.
Yeah.
And I think that's what you were trying to say yesterday. If I'm hearing you, if I'm hearing through my speakers correctly.
Yep.
And I get it. Kings fans sometimes don't want to understand. No, but let me remove that. Fans sometimes don't want to understand.
Of course.
Hey, listen. And as a 49er fan, sometimes you just got to come to fruition. And I've said it, I've been screaming it for the 49ers the last 5 weeks. This team is average. And I'm starting to look at an average team when it comes to the Kings.
Yes. And when you look at it that way, some of the things that are happening, they're discouraging, but they're not surprising.
No.
339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. We'll come back with a look at the one thing the Kings have to start doing better. Next, it's Jay and Whitey, Drive Guys, Sacktown Sports.
When it's all on the line, you need a big-time closer, and that's especially true when it comes to your garage door. And that's why I recommend National Garage Door, 638-4554. Whitey Gleason here for National Garage Door. Whether you're looking to repair an existing door or get a brand new one installed, you need National Garage Door. Family-owned and operated. They've been around since 1974 because service is their number one priority. National Garage Door are the region's BSE. It's broken spring experts. Styles, prices, and quality of the new doors will amaze you. Our garage door was starting to sound kind of, and that's not good. So Kevin from National Garage Door came out. He said patching up the old one was an option, but we're getting a new garage door. We're pretty happy about that. National Garage Door sells quality Rainer branded garage doors. They offer sales, service, and installation on all residential and commercial doors and operators. If you have garage door needs, old ones coming apart, or you're looking to improve your curb appeal, let National Garage Door come through for you in the clutch and be your closer. 638-4554, National Garage Door.
You've heard the saying, penny wise, pound foolish, right? It means you do something that will save you a little bit right now, just pennies, but that ends up costing you pounds in the end.
People put off tuning up their furnace because they don't want to take the time or spend the money to get it done.
But it only takes 90 minutes and costs just $87, which is just pennies compared to the huge problems and expenses that can rack up if you don't get your furnace tuned up.
You'll also save money on your energy bills, and your system will last longer.
So don't be penny wise and pound foolish. Call Bell Brothers for a precision tune-up and professional cleaning today.
Our number is 916-444-1234, or find us online at thenosurpriseguys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
I'm Coach Doug Christie, urging you to visit my friends at Folsom Lake Kia for massive Black Friday discounts on your next new or certified pre-owned Kia. Now through Monday, hurry to Folsom Lake Kia, folsomlakekia.com.
Live and local, it's the Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Yeah, actually got that new garage door today from National Garage Door. Mention it. Excuse me. I mentioned it because I want to see what Jay thinks of the name I've picked out for our new garage door. Never named a garage door before. And I'm not sure about this one, Jay. So, I trust your judgment. So if you give me that, I'll drop it and that's it. We'll forget about it.
No. I got faith in you big time.
Garagey P. Henson. What do you think?
I love it, man.
That works.
Let's rock that. I like that.
That's our new garage door.
Yeah, I like that.
Garagey P. Henson.
Yeah, run with that.
Right. Woo, thank you.
I didn't know you had to name garage doors, but I'm feeling that.
I've never done it before.
What you just walked in, it's like, you know what? That's garagey.
Yeah.
Okay, I like that.
P.
Garagey P, baby. P. Henson.
That's right. Thank you. That's a relief. 339-1140. 1-800-920-1140. Does that mean you're going to come over and get the dead thing out from under our kitchen?
No, that means I'll give you some advice. I'll consult for you to get the dead thing out of the kitchen.
Okay, maybe help me find somebody to do it or something.
Yeah. I mean, the garage was installed today, correct?
That's right.
Absolutely.
Today,
yeah. Where I come from, you put a little sugar on top and holler at the garage man. He might have, you know what? You're a legend. Let me slide up under this house for you, man. I get that for you for a soft 100. Then you got to call,
didn't actually
working man or nobody.
Daniel's a big fella. Didn't actually cross my mind.
Okay.
Yeah. Big son of a
Shouts out to Daniel.
Would have been difficult for him. And I mean, he was just solid. He could have been a football player or something. Maybe he was. It would have been difficult for him to navigate the narrow spaces.
How long does it take for a old garage to be taken off and a new garage to be put on?
This was the whole thing was about 3 hours.
Okay.
One guy.
One cat.
Yeah.
Damn. How easy does a garage come off? Because you have the roller, right? Like it rolls into a.
We had to take off a lot of the hardware, so a lot of drilling and hammering. And
I heard you took part in that?
No, I just meant like the royal we.
Okay, I got you. I was like, we.
It was all him.
Yeah.
Me and Bobby were just in the house. So
yeah, anyway, man, you got a bad back, brother. We got to protect that.
Well, it's actually okay, but it's good. It's a nice excuse sometimes, Yeah. It's like, I would. But,
all right, Manny Ramirez.
Yeah. You got to move? Oh, man, I would. I'd help you, but I got that twins, brother.
That's sciatica.
That's it. 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. David has been hanging on. Hello, David. That's enough tomfoolery. What's up?
Hey, thanks, guys. Well, I got a little more foolery for you because yesterday I was the guy that texted in I would crawl under your house for $100.
$100? All right.
Yeah, $100.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well.
But no guarantee because it is what it is.
No guarantee. So you can just going to crawl under there and then come out and go, yeah, I didn't see anything. Sorry.
I didn't see nothing. Sorry about that, brother.
I don't think so. That's very generous of you, but I think we'll pass. Thanks.
Well, anyways, based on the Kings, it's time to put up or shut up. You know what I'm saying? Like, they either hit their shots or they don't. But at the same time, everything looks so difficult for the Kings. When we play the other team, they're so fluid. They're in the zone. The Kings is like dribble. You either make the shot or you don't. They're getting defended twice as hard as I feel like we're defending the other team.
Thank you, David. And thanks again for your very generous offer. One thing about last night, as you probably know, OKC's just a really good defensive team.
They balling.
So they're
the torture chamber.
Yeah. And I was thinking of this last night watching the Kings, Jay, because we talk a lot about pace and getting up and down the floor, and sometimes it seems like they don't do it well. It occurred to me watching them last night, I think they're kind of like the old Spurs were when Mike Brown was an assistant there many years ago. So we're talking about the great Spurs. If they get a chance to run, like they get the rebound, it's there, they will push it. But if they don't get the fast break opportunity, they are going to pull it out and run their offense.
Yeah.
So they're kind of a little bit of both, and I think sometimes we get impatient.
Yeah.
They're supposed to run the ball. Why are they running this half court? I think they're trying to get the best of both worlds. They're trying to get the best shot. If you can get that by getting the rebound and running down the floor and attacking the basket, you do that. But if that's not there, they're pulling it out. So rightly or wrongly, I think that's their approach right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not opposed to that, and I understand.
Remember the old Suns were 7 seconds or less?
True.
This is not. These guys are not that.
Yeah, but you know what? I always say this, and I think it trains you and gets you ready for the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Not too many times do teams win on the run in the playoffs. Like the Warriors were an anomaly. They were kind of one of those cats that run ruck shot over folks to where it was like an avalanche, and you got to see it. You were down there for a spell where it was just certain points of times where it was just you couldn't do anything as as the opponent of the Warriors. But 9 times out of 10, Whitey, I think you have to be able to play in the half court offense when it comes to the playoffs.
Yeah.
And I know this ain't, 1996. This ain't Rick Smits versus Charles Oakley. Yeah, I get that. But in the playoffs, it does slow down quite a bit.
Yeah, this is probably the most obvious point I've ever made talking about basketball. But, the Warriors, the big thing about them that allowed them to do the things that you're saying, allowed them to have that type of domination is just because they would just rain threes on teams.
Yeah, they could shoot.
And right now you watch the Kings and the whole league is shooting and making more and more threes. And the Kings, for whatever reason, they're getting just annihilated at the 3-point line.
Yeah, and they're
giving
missing
up a lot of threes.
Yeah.
Teams are making them, and the Kings can't make anything. They're getting destroyed at the 3-point line.
The other part too is I'll go back to last night watching the national broadcast. They're missing wide open threes. Like there was a few opportunities last night. I go to the Kevin Huerter, not to pick on Kevin Huerter, but I go to the Kevin Huerter wide open three, little run, game is tight. He's like at kind of the extension of the elbow, beyond the arc. And it's just, I'm like, this is the guy you want, right?
Yeah,
on paper, this is probably your best 3-point shooter. Maybe some people would argue Keegan Murray on paper. But if no games was being played and we just rolled the ball out there and said, hey, who's the best 3-point shooter? Most people would pick Kevin Huerter on this team. And it's just clank, rim, iron. It was just too many times.
There was that shot Sunday night. I know we touched on this yesterday against the Nets, and the Kings I think they were a little bit ahead, and they had a lot of momentum, and the ball went to Huerter in the corner. And Kate even said, if you'd made that, the roof would have come off the place. It was one of those, here we go, everything's in rhythm.
Yeah.
There's a shot. And as soon as it left his hand, you could see it had no chance to go in, and he knew it as soon as it left his hand.
Man, confidence is key.
Yeah.
It's the biggest thing in life for me.
Mm-hmm.
Just we can go off plenty of metaphors and analogies and similes. Hey, listen, family first, all these different things.
That's what Barry Zito used to say that all the time. He said, confidence is everything.
It is, man. If you aren't confident in what you're doing, and that means in everything, even if you don't know how to do it going into it, you want to confidently learn how to do it. And you can see the squad, there's a bunch of guys, and not just last night, not just 2 nights ago, not just last week. There's times where De'Aaron for 60. I mean, guys were wide open, and it's like a high school game. They looking for the star player. Oh, pass it to De'Aaron. It's like, dog, y'all make too much money. Y'all too tall, too athletic, and y'all passing the ball. What that lets me know people aren't on this team right now. They're not in the greatest spirit mentally. Unfortunately, some of the people physically haven't been at their peak because of injuries and being hurt. But confidence is key with this team right now. You can see they just don't have it.
Now, at the other end, defensively, where they continue to give up a ton of open threes and a ton of those continue to go in, it appears that Mike Brown and his staff are determined to continue with this, and I don't know if they feel like the shots are not going to keep going in at that rate, or if they feel like they talk a lot about how they're not getting the closeouts they need to get going back to last year. But I would think at some point here before long, they may have to change that up. To my eye, and I haven't talked to Mike, and I don't go to practices, but it looks like they're really protecting the paint, which means if the ball's on one side of the floor and you got your weak side defenders and they're coming way over to protect the paint and protect the dribble drive, if the ball gets reversed or if they spray, it's really difficult for those defenders to get back out. And the Kings are having a real hard time with that. And I'm just wondering, is it the guys are not closing out properly, or are they just being asked to do a little more than they're physically capable of doing? Because they're being asked to cover a ton of ground. It's not working, whatever it is. And it's just interesting how many times, and I think somebody mentioned this to Alan today, how many times Mike Brown in his postgame is talking about how, they're not doing what they're supposed to do. They're not doing what they're supposed to do. They're not doing what they're supposed to do. Maybe they're being asked to do things they can't do. I don't know. But it's one of these things right now, Jay, I think, they're 8-10. It's not like they're, 10 games under 500. But right now you got to look at everything, right? Because something has to turn.
I am. Yeah. I know I would be. And, someone talked about from the 209, yes, Jay, confidence is key. Then someone right behind that, different. Same phone number. You make $17 million a year. You better damn well be confident. You're confident. I get it. I understand
But
it.
the human brain doesn't work that way.
And that's where I was going, Whitey. I understand, man. It's tough. I mean, excuse me, it's easy when you are just throwing out dollar figures like, oh, this dude get paid $50 million. He got to be confident. Yes, a lot of people think like that. I'm one of the people when I get on the field, I'm confident. Doesn't matter. I don't care if I'm playing against the greatest of the greatest. But people, as you said, the human brain doesn't operate that. So you have to. Some people you have to build. Some people have confidence automatically, it's instilled with them. That's how they were raised. Some people, you got to bring it out of them. There's so many different avenues, and that's how you are a leader of men. That's how you are a team captain. That's how you are a head coach, a manager, however you want to say it. And so, there's so many different opportunities to prove and show that. But unfortunately, everybody doesn't have confidence at, on the same level, and it doesn't astound from the same area as well. So it's easier said than done.
Do you think there's possibly a disconnect? No one has told me this, and I don't necessarily think this, just looking at everything here, and we'll take a real quick break. But is it possible there's some kind of disconnect between the big three and the rest of the team? 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. We'll get back to the calls. Also, we'll tell you why that Sunday night loss doesn't look quite as bad today. That more coming up with Jay and Whitey, Drive Guy, Sacktown Sports.
Hi, this is Greg Papa. Disasters hit every day. If your home, business, or building has suffered from any disaster, SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to and letting your focus be on what's most important, your family or your business. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
The Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop is expanding. I guess you could say the Super Shop is getting more superer. That means more for you, more apparel, more equipment, more shoes, more gift ideas, more of everything you want. If you're looking for the right gift for the golfer in your life, let the friendly team of Hagen Oaks experts help you find the perfect gift. From golf bags to golf balls, from golf pants to golf shirts, from rain gear to golf gloves, Hagen Oaks has it all. And much is on sale. Visit the Hagen Oaks Golf Superer Shop, Fulton Avenue at Business 80, or find us at hagenoaks.com.
At the law offices of Dale R. Gomes, we understand that when you're facing a crisis, you need more than just a lawyer. You need a team. Our dedicated attorneys work together, combining decades of experience to guide you through personal injury or criminal defense matters with care and expertise. We're committed to supporting you every step of the way, ensuring your voice is heard and your rights are protected. With offices in Sacramento and El Dorado County, reach out to the law offices of Dale R. Gomes today, 916-999-9033, or online at dalegomslaw.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Lead generation is one of the most important aspects of any marketing campaign. Let us help you identify your target audience and market your products or services to them. Go to aimyourdigital.com today. aimyourdigital.com.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sacktown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
Your afternoon home for Kings Talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sacktown Sports.
Fascinating comments as always, especially the day after Kings loss in the chat. Good to see Campio back. Campio says, Kings have no clue on defense. It's not complicated. Guard your man. Guard your man. But Campy, the Kings,
it was that easy.
They don't have a lot of outstanding defenders. They have some, but I think they're coming up with schemes designed to minimize the damage other teams can do. They're taking advantage of their weaknesses. They've got some guys out there that aren't great defenders. They've got some good defenders, but they've got a lot that aren't great defenders, and so they're trying to scheme around that.
I'll tell you one thing,
nicest
man.
way I could say it.
OKC, they were picking on Kevin Huerter. I mean,
some people mentioned that.
They saw Kevin Huerter and said, "Is it Thanksgiving yet?" Like they were going at Kevin Huerter, and he did a few different things, man. I'm not going to sit up here and be all negative about the situation, but I will be real. And they took advantage. You know, you could see guys who had good handle from OKC when they saw Kevin Huerter. The game plan, attack him.
Mm-hmm.
They put him in a pick and roll situations plenty of time, attack him. You know, it was one of those things where I was like, dang. And I believe that's why he only played, 10 minutes?
Yeah, 10 and a half.
10 and a half. So, you know, it's something that the Kings, you know, who said that Campio, you know.
It's Campio.
Yeah. I mean, if it was only that easy to guard your man, you know, NBA teams have scouting reports, man. They know what's popping off.
Right,
you know, it's not just one-on-one blacktop basketball. Sometimes you just can't get away from bringing that person. Sometimes they'll point a person out, which again they did quite a bit last time. Whoever Kevin Huerter was sticking was basically the pick and roll person at one point in time during the game.
Yeah, and that gets back to what we were saying earlier. And again, not to pick on Kevin Huerter, but if you're not making shots and at the other end they're going after you, it's tough for a coach to keep you on the floor.
Yeah,
hey,
yeah, very true.
May sound mean, but that's a fact of the matter.
No,
at this level.
Yeah, but the one thing we have to understand, and this goes everything in life, this is the truth, man. You know, I'm not even trying to go down this rabbit hole, but just because you are telling the truth don't mean you're hating.
I know.
You know, and too many times in our life, you know, you hear, oh man, you just hating. No, guess what, brother? I'm telling the truth.
It's actually the opposite in a way.
Yeah,
sometimes.
It's kind of like, the truth is the truth. Now, you bring it to sports, you know, I'll be the first one to say, we talking personal situation. Yeah, that's outlandish. But if we talking about some stuff that's happening on the court, hey, listen, you getting worked.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the truth. And guess what? Players be knowing they getting worked.
Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah. Somebody mentioned in the chat here that the rotations, it was Azrul Ananda. The rotations are confusing. What is Mike supposed to do if he can't get production from the guys he puts on the floor? That gets back to what I was saying yesterday, Jay. Either the team has to say, look, you got to play these guys because we can't keep playing our veterans so many minutes, or the organization has to say, you're right, Mike, we need to get you more players, better players, right? It doesn't have to be one or the other, but they keep going with plan C, which is, well, let's see if things turn around. And things aren't turning around. The bench is not any more productive. It's getting less productive.
Do you really think the bench has gotten a fair opportunity? And I'm just asking you, I'm not making a judgment. Does Whitey Gleason believe the bench has gotten a fair opportunity in the first 18 games?
Yeah, for the most part. You can
the entire bench.
You can cherry pick and say, what about that guy? What about that guy? And I say, okay, all right. But I think overall, Mike has given them opportunities. But I get your point if you disagree with me. I'm always in the minority on this. I always tend to lean towards the coach. And I always and you play.
See, that's because you're a coach.
To me, it's like he played you and you didn't play well. How what you want to play more? You didn't play well and you want him to play you more?
Yeah.
What doesn't make sense about that? But
I get what you're saying because you give me coach perspective. It's as from a player's perspective, I guess you would look at it in the form of let me get in my routine. I know. It's habitual. You know, I got to be able to prove myself. I just can't go out there.
Shoulder, wondering if I'm going to be taken out.
Sure. You know, so if you give me the coach speak, I give you the player speak. I just find it interesting because I think it's something that a lot of Kings, fans, onlookers, they're trying to figure out. You have some people like, hey, the bench has gotten a fair opportunity. Let's go grab some people. And I get it. No problem. And then you have some people who's probably in the same format of, I don't know if the bench has been getting a fair shake just yet, with the, as you said, with the caveat of you can cherry pick, person by person too.
Yeah. What happened to Colby? He was playing 2 games and he didn't play last night. But I said this weeks ago when they started getting all these injuries, I anticipated that Mike was going to have some bizarre patterns that are going to be more based on individual matchups and that people were going to be unhappy with them. But now they have the regulars back and it's continuing a little bit. I think he's still just looking for answers. 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Who's at the top here? Is this Burbank? Burbank with us on Sacktown Sports. Hello, how are you?
Pretty good. Thanks for taking my call. Long-time listener. Beginning of the season, Boogie Ellis, man, that guy caught my eye from the moment. That guy can play. He was a straight dog, defense, scoring, and they shot him down to the G League. And it's a good time to see what he can do. And also, speaking about the bench, you guys are speaking facts on the bench right now. I don't think they are getting the opportunity. I think Mike Brown is a decent coach, but I remember back in the day, Rick Adelman would just know how to use the bench. He would have Thunderbird, Pollard, or Turk, or even Bobby J.
Yeah,
they would come in at a certain time. They already know when they're coming in, and they would just produce. And I just don't think that, you might see a player that you might not see will show up in the third quarter. And I feel like, you just got to use the bench. That's how you're going to win games. The starters can't do it all. And, thanks for taking my call.
No, you're very welcome. Thanks for hanging on. Thanks for listening. To my ear, the two of the things that you just mentioned might be related. And I'm with you on Boogie Ellis, but Boogie Ellis is a guard, and he just got a lot of guards. And that's one of the reasons the bench has not been that productive. Is just you just got guards everywhere. You don't have the wing depth. And in the NBA, the wings is the things, Jay.
It is.
They don't have enough of them.
I agree. And I'm a wingspan guy. One of the issues with the Sacramento Kings, and has been this way for a long time, is they've been searching and hunting for a 3-and-D guy.
Yeah.
Air quotes. But I always feel, and a lot of people talk about guards, you can go get guards with long wingspans. You can get taller guards. You can get long and athletic guards. I don't think the Kings they don't check too many of those boxes. Right.
Yeah.
And I think that's why you hear the Kings Kingdom talk about we have the same type of player.
Yeah.
They all kind of fit and shape, look, feel, play, the same. And so I think that's why you continuously hear fans talk about we need something different. Let me talk about Boogie real fast.
I just want to say I love Boogie.
Yeah, we both
do.
We both do. And I'm going to tell you why I like Boogie is he plays with an attitude.
Yes, he does.
A tremendous attitude. And I've had the opportunity to holler at Boogie. I've had the opportunity to talk to some of the coaches down there for the Kings, and he's impressed a lot of guys down there.
Yeah.
And a lot of it is because just what I set it up in a perfect way in the form of the Kings have a lot of similar looking, feeling style type guards. Boogie kind of fits the mold of short, not long, but the one thing he does have is intensity.
And he's
plays
aggressive.
with an attitude.
I was really impressed when Drapes and I got
Malik
to talk
Monk.
to him on media day. It's like, whoa, really impressed by him.
He's cut from that Malik Monk cloth.
How about Trey on Sacktown Sports? Trey, what do you say? Thanks for hanging.
Hey, what's going on, man? What's going on, YDJ? Thanks for taking my call.
Of course, Trey.
Yeah. Hey, look, like I said, man, I don't want to pile on, but the thing that's killing me is they keep going back and forth with Kevin Huerter and is he gonna start? He'll start this time. He might play decent. Look, you're a starting 2 guard in the league, and you cannot. He's not a starting 2 guard to me. He is a bench player. So if I'm Mike Brown, I go to him and I tell him, hey, look, you're gonna come off the bench, and now I'm gonna go to Kobe Jones, and I'm not gonna have nobody looking over his back. I'm going to go to him and say, hey, this is your job right now. We want to see what you got, and I'm going to give him a few games. I think that they're not putting enough time into doing that and giving them more of the bench, some of these bench players more of an opportunity. You guys just mentioned Boogie Ellis. I like that guy. That guy, he's got a lot of intensity, just like you said. He's pretty dynamic. But the back and forth with the lineup changes with Kevin, I didn't see this movie already. And I'm like, man, this dude is getting ate up, man. Like, he's getting dogged. They putting him in the pick and roll. They killing him. Killing him on the he not guarding that well on the perimeter. And, this is just, it's so frustrating to see no help. Friday night against the Clippers, what'd he do? 30 minutes, 0 points. Sunday, what you do? I forgot how many minutes he played, but I think he had 3 points. Like, man, you're not a starter. You know what I'm saying? Like, and they need to start looking at something different, man. That's what I got for the day, man. I love listening to you guys' show. I take comments off the air.
Thank you, Trey. Yeah, we appreciate it. We'll get back to that. I just want to mention real quick, we were all kind of dismayed that the Kings got rolled by the Nets Sunday. The Nets went in and beat the Warriors last night.
I know.
I'm not saying that
which is crazy. And
they were way behind.
Yeah, you know what? The Warriors have lost 2 huge leads against the Spurs. They were up 17, 23 or 25 last night against the Nets at one point in time. Maybe they starting to slip a little bit, which of course helps the Kings in the Pacific. And the West.
339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Is the bench getting a fair shake, or do they need to play better to get that fair shake? Next with the Drive Guys on Sacktown Sports.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
It's been a long time coming. The official Eras Tour book coming to Target on November 29th, featuring over 500 photographs from the tour, including never-before-seen performance and behind-the-scenes images. And for the first time, the Tortured Poets Department, the Anthology, with 35 tracks on CD and vinyl.
Only at Target.
It's football season, and Uber Eats is dropping undefeated deals on all your game day favorites. This week, score buy one, get one free fries from McDonald's, only on Uber Eats. Craving even more? We've got you covered with game day deals on pizza, burgers, tacos, and more all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms, taxes, and fees apply. See app for details.
Harbor Freight knows tool people like to keep busy. But with our Black Friday sale coming up Thanksgiving weekend, you'll want to free up some time. We're talking deals like our 5,000-watt generators under $800, 17-foot ladders for $99.99, and 40% off Icon Pro socket sets. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight. Valid until 12/2/24. While supplies last. Limitations apply.
Whitey here reminding you that not all grills are created equal. Give your family a real treat. Bring out all the flavors of the upcoming holidays with the amazing Napoleon Prestige line of outdoor cookers. Napoleon grills that features other grills can't match. They're built different, built better, built to last, complete with a lifetime warranty. All made with premium steel that boasts absolute quality. Just because it's November does not mean we can't barbecue outside. Visit California Backyard now for your best selection of grills and Napoleon Grills accessories.
Hi, I'm Justin Gingery. One of the most common questions I receive is what makes us different from other law firms. At Gingery, Hammer & Associates, we handle your case from beginning to end. Whether your case reaches a settlement, whether we need to file suit, or even take it all the way to trial, we will be with you along the entire way. And because we are committed to you and your case, we are as invested as you are in making sure you get the outcome you deserve. If you have an injury, just call Gingery.
Get year-end pricing during Happy Holidays at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop for great pricing on our entire selection of new CRVs, HRVs, Ridgeline Civics, and Accords. Plus, with low finance and lease options, now's the time to buy. Hurry in and save during Happy Honda Days at Folsom Lake Honda, or go to folsomlakehonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda. Yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Ready to make this Christmas unforgettable? Shop early and save at Prestigio Jewelers' biggest Black November sale ever. For over 30 years, Prestigio Jewelers has offered in-house financing and fine jewelry. Guaranteed credit approval between $400 and $10,000 with no money down options. Prestigio Jewelers, the perfect jewelry, the perfect price, helping you build perfect credit. With locations in Sacramento, Stockton, Merced, and Fresno. Or online at prestigiojewelers.com.
It's Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room. And guess what? Primetime football is back. Capital Casino is giving away $500 per game in high hand bonuses for every Sunday, Monday, and Thursday night primetime game. As always, offering the best food, the best service, and the best action with the most variety of games in the region, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. So check them out, Capital Casino, and always remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, the Scratch Kitchen delivers lunch in the clutch. I mean, where else can you order a 29-degree draft beer and a quickie combo on your lunch break? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
This holiday season, create a fun and joyful memory for you and your loved ones. Come light the world and help those in need through the Giving Machine, November 16th through January 1st at the Westfield Galleria Mall in Roseville and in Modesto at Valley Fair Mall. Choose from local charities serving your community or from global charities worldwide. Come feel the Christmas spirit at the Giving Machine. Learn more at givingmachine.greatersacramentomodesto.org.
I thought Kale was solid. I just thought it was time for a change. And, it's my job to continue not just searching with lineups and rotation, but also with what we're doing defensively and what we're doing offensively. So that's all it was.
The Drive Guys, live and local, every afternoon, Monday through Friday on Sacktown Sports.
Former Kings coach Michael Malone went off on his team last night. He went off on Jokic and Aaron Gordon and the whole team, and he other than Westbrook, and he said, we just didn't play hard. We didn't give the effort, and he was furious. Are we to a point now where maybe that would help if Mike Brown, rather than explained everything post-game and how we didn't do this, we didn't do that, we got to find a way to do this or that. Would it be better, Jay, if he just said, this is unacceptable.
Maybe.
My team is an embarrassment right now.
Maybe.
They can't guard anybody. They need to show some pride.
Maybe. I'm pretty sure he's done it. Let me even take it a step further. I'll peel back the curtain. I know he's done it. I know he's went in, I know he's went into the locker room and acted a fool, so it ain't like it ain't coming from that.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he needs to do it more. Sure. Sometimes as fans, we aren't privy to everything that's popping off.
Right.
We understand that.
Right.
We know that. But hear me, I guarantee it. Sources tell me, right?
Yeah.
He's went into the locker room and been like, hey, we got to be better.
See, I'm okay with
Threw
that.
some chairs and everything else.
Yeah.
Part of the game.
I'm okay with, and I think players respect that. If the coach is, he's giving you the come to Jesus aspect of the meeting privately, but then publicly it keeps all that in-house. I would think the players would respect that more. 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. As far as a Huerter thing, my theory on Huerter is one of the reasons they've been wanting to keep him as a starter is obviously they're just hoping that the shot would start going in because he has been such a good shooter. And I think also they're hoping that, possibly he would be something they could trade if something became available. Not that they're looking to trade him, but you want him to have as much value as possible. If you bring him off the bench and he's not playing well, which is maybe where we are now, all of a sudden your potential trade asset is devalued. So I think that's part of it too. But I think it just got to the point where, as Mike said there, they just felt like we just don't have a choice. How about JR joining us here on Sacktown Sports? JR, you want to complain about the Kings or the 49ers? Where you want to go here?
Well, I was going to say the Thunder looked at Kevin Huerter like he was a slice of red velvet pie. They ate him up like they just went to the bakery. Yeah, that wasn't good. Keegan's the guy. He's got to have almost 5 3-years a game. He's got to be in the 20s.
Hey, JR, I want you'll be the first to know this. Can we go play the sounder now, Jay?
When it breaks,
We have it first.
it's Sacktown Sports breaking news.
Shams Charania reporting, JR, dear listener. Free agent forward Jay Crowder is close to a deal with the Sacramento Kings. Sources tell ESPN. At 8-10, dealing with some injuries, Kings are working to add front court depth with a 13-year veteran. So it looks like Jay Crowder here. He's made 2 finals appearances since 2020. ESPN says the Kings are close to acquiring Jay Crowder. You're the first to know, JR. What do you think?
Did you get that off the internet?
Yeah.
Because that is good stuff, Jay. Thanks for helping out Whitey, because he didn't find that information.
You're absolutely right. Jay just texted me that today. As I was talking to you, he said, phone. Look at your phone. So there we are.
That's pretty sweet.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Yeah. And it's funny you just brought up the Huerter value, because someone's got to be involved in that, right?
Well, he's a free agent, so you can acquire him. You don't have to give up anything.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow. This is. Hey, Darren, I was going to say, but with that breaking news, it changed my attitude. I was there to say they're starting to play like misfit toys.
Yes.
You got guys that can't shoot threes and a pointing guard who can't pass the ball.
Mm-hmm. And last night, after the game, Mike Brown said, Huerter, what's the matter, boy? And he said, I want to be a dentist. So that's, I think maybe that's
Jay is right now going, what are you two even talking about?
You better believe I am. I'm like, I have no clue.
Huerter, what's eating you, boy? I want to be a dentist.
We need an abominable snowman on this team. We need a big man.
Thank you, JR. Good to hear from you. Appreciate it. But yes, we have that breaking news. Thank you, Jay, for sharing that. Yeah, Jay Crowder, close, according to ESPN. Jay Crowder, close to a deal with the Kings. So we'll get you the particulars on Jay Crowder. We know that he had been working out with the team over the summer. He'd been participating in some of the workouts. I know a lot of people looked at that and said, boy, he would be a good fit. But nothing happened. We don't know why. Maybe it had to do with the price point. Maybe the Kings just now feel like, well, it's time now. We don't have the luxury of waiting. Jay Crowder last year at age 33 played 50 games for the Bucks, averaged 6.2 points per game. Last year, he shot from the three-point line 35%. Will be in his 13th year. So at this point, they need something. And Jay Crowder, if he's anything close to the player that he has been, he is what they need. He's a shooter, and he's got some size, only 6'6", but he plays or has played in his career both forward positions. So he's been almost exclusively a power forward for the last 5 years or so. So it's, I mean, you had to do something. Doesn't cost you anything in terms of a player. So I'm all for it.
Yeah. I 100% with Jay Crowder. Shouts out to Ramsey over my shoulder for showing me that. Got to get proper love to who did it. But I'm all in. And, for me, it's just attitude. I think he comes in and he changes the attitude, the narrative of someone that I think the Kings just don't have. And so I'm with that. I don't know how much he still has left in the tank. I don't know if he's on a quarter. I don't know if he riding that light. I don't know if he's got a half a tank, but I'm with it in the form of it's going to come at, I'm definitely the person. I don't care about what they spend because it ain't my money, but it's definitely going to come at the form of, a cheap contract. And if you get more in return, then of course, we always want to buy low, sell high. So I'm hoping that's what comes with it. I just like the fact that, number one, and this is something that the 49ers have done over the last 5-6 years, the Lynch-Shanahan system is they're aggressive in going to get people, players. They're always making moves. And I think that's what a lot of people have been asking for Monty. And for me, this is a good step in the right direction because I like the player.
Yeah. He doesn't make you any younger.
No, it doesn't.
But he brings some of that dog that you and Drapes have been.
Man.
Yeah, I think we just heard from Drapes. We'll see if we have anything. Yeah.
Is that when my phone is flashing?
Okay, yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
but I'm with you. I think he not but brings some of it. I think he brings a lot of it. And guess what?
He brings a kennel.
Yes. AKC. The straight SPCA, huh?
Yeah,
but
the C in AKC stands
yes,
for Crowder.
Yes, the Kings need it. And I think they're at a point in time, as I know we're going to talk about this team having a meeting, as Malik Monk has said, and Domas, this team needs to have a meeting before Minnesota. Guess what? That means they're at some form of crossroads. That means they're looking at each other and saying, we need to buck up. We need to do something. And you know what? Jay Crowder is going to come in there and say, everybody in here better get down or lay down. And so I'm with that. I like that. I like that move. Do something, Monty.
Yeah, it's not official yet, but we'll look at the player the Kings are very close to acquiring, according to ESPN, when we come back to Sacktown Sports.
This Thanksgiving, Paramount Plus serves up a must-see NFL on CBS divisional matchup when Jared Goff and the high-flying Detroit Lions host top draft pick Caleb Williams and the Chicago Bears. It all kicks off Thursday at 12:30 Eastern with the NFL on CBS, streaming live on Paramount Plus.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare and you want out, you need to get the facts. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshares permanently, and he may be able to help you too. Call right now, and Chuck will send you a timeshare exit information guide for free. It explains how your timeshare works and all your options for cancellation. You want to call 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000, paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
This Thanksgiving at Total Wine and More, find bourbons and Cabernets that you adore.
With curbside pickup and delivery available and the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Black Friday has officially landed at Fasteners Inc. Sacramento. The best deals of the year on power tools are happening now from November 25th through December 2nd. Get low-price Makita Bear tools starting at just $89. Makita batteries starting at only $49, and so much more. Don't miss out on your chance to grab the hottest power tool deals of the year. But hurry, these deals won't last forever. Visit us in person at 6701 Power Inn Road or shop online anytime at fastenersinc.net. Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. Better tools, better prices.
Toyota's Black Friday sales event ends soon. Maximize your fuel efficiency and experience legendary Toyota dependability with the widest selection of hybrids to choose from.
Ready, set, let's go.
Shop 16 hybrid models, cars, trucks, and SUVs from the most reliable brand on the road.
Ready, set, let's go.
The clock is ticking on Toyota's Black Friday sales event. Hurry in. Don't miss out. Toyota. Let's go places.
When an overwhelmed injury victim calls Ashton or Price, we immediately remove their legal burden and introduce them to the very best medical care in the region. They focus on their health, and we handle all the rest. When they reach the end of their medical journey and are reunited with happiness and hope, we unleash our decades of legal experience to obtain maximum compensation. We are real, local, experienced litigators, and snappy dressers too. Consultation's free, and there's never a fee until we win.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
With wet weather here, you're probably going to play a few rounds in the rain, so keep a few things in mind in those wet conditions. The ball probably won't go as far because you'll get little, if any, run out. If you tend to hit the ball low, maybe think about adjusting the loft of your driver to carry the ball farther. And when you get to the short clubs on the wet ground, your wedge can have a tendency to dig into the turf, so focus on hitting the ball first. And if you occasionally spin the ball back on the greens, expect more of that to happen when they're wet. Now, all of this assumes that you're ready to play in the rain. You own waterproof shoes and rain gear, rain gloves, which work best when wet, and an extra towel to keep everything else dry. But the most important thing you should bring to the first tee is a positive attitude. I found some of my most memorable rounds have been played in the rain. Overcoming the conditions to enjoy yourself while possibly shooting a good score makes for a great day. And remember, golf is a game, even in the rain. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for American Energy Heating and Air with a question. Have you recently had a technician diagnose your HVAC system and you were a bit surprised at how much it cost? Or did something seem off about their quote? Because at American Energy, they take pride in giving you honest, straightforward solutions to get that system up and running. Have their qualified technicians come out and give you a free second opinion. It's free. You got nothing to lose but some dollars off of that original quote. They're making the uncomfortable comfortable. They've been doing it since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. That's why they keep having customers coming back for more and more and more. You can call them and set that appointment at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
The holidays are always a great time to get together with family and friends, but nothing beats the thrill of Stockton Honda's deals. During Happy Honda Days, find the perfect ride in person or online. With over 400 new Hondas ready to go, now is the time to buy at Northern California's #1 Honda deal, Stockton Honda.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
#1 claims based on 2023 total new and Honda certified pre-owned vehicle car sales from American Honda Motor Company. Sold on report.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Hammer time thrown down by the league.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacktown Sports, 1140. Live and local, it's the Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
And we've got some news for you today. Have you heard? According to Shams, ESPN, Jay Crowder is close to a deal with the Sacramento Kings. Sources tell ESPN. Kings, of course, 8-10, dealing with some injuries, and they're working to add front court depth. Finally, thank you. Finally. Man, they're finally adding front court depth with the 13-year NBA veteran who has made 2 finals appearances since 2020. Mixed reaction, I'd say, in the chateau. Mostly positive, but some snide comments.
Man, who the hell hating on Jay Crowder, man?
Campy says Kings getting AARP members.
Oh, come on
Steve
now.
A says all we need now is Charles Oakley. That's funny, but I like the move, but that's still funny.
Listen, let's put it this way. And this is the truth. We don't know the contract details. But I'm 99% sure, and I just shot out a couple texts to see if we can get some inside knowledge on this. Some context. But I'm 99% sure this is going to be a 1-year deal. And this is going to be worth a little bit of change. So with that being said, what's the big deal?
Right.
You're trying something. You are trying to add something to the sauce, right? Like you got your sauce on the oven. You've already added your mushrooms.
Yeah.
You've already added your parsley flakes.
Have you seen that commercial with the bacon cheeseburger for Wendy's? And the narrator says, mushrooms are controversial.
Yes, I have seen that.
If you like them, you're right. If you don't, you're a child. But anyway.
Yeah. But you've added your garlic. You've added your different ingredients.
Yeah.
And as you see, you know what it is. If you're a chef, if you're going with the spoon, you put your spoon in there, you raise it to your lips, and you.
I got a question.
That ain't it.
I got a question.
What you got?
Why is it taking them so long to add front court depth?
Listen, man.
It's almost Thanksgiving.
Rock with me. Why
the 4th of July?
Don't be like
4th of
Capio.
July wasn't here yet. We're like, oh, they could do some front court depth. Yeah, just let me wait till the Christmas trees are up, and then we'll do something about that.
True. I get it. I understand people are upset this didn't happen in the summer, while you had your bikini on.
Yeah.
Before school had started. I get that situation. I'm all fine and dandy, but Monty's trying now. And believe me, this is coming from me. I haven't been all, purple colored glasses, but I got to at least give him his love.
Right.
Somebody said maybe some Robin is available from the 209. I get it. I understand. It's not a high value name. It's not, you haven't traded and got OG Anunoby. I understand it. You ain't got Cat coming.
Is it true that Jay Crowder gets the roster spot that was occupied by Roy Al? Is that true, or is that? I heard that somewhere.
Royale's already left. He doesn't have a roster spot at this point.
339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. How about this? Monty McPhail says 6'6" power forward who averages 6 points. Clown show. If he can average 6 points off the bench, if he comes off the bench, if he can consistently do that and consistently make threes, that's going to help. You're not looking for somebody who's going to, well, he needs to come in here and average 19.5 points a game. That's just not realistic.
Well,
consistency,
yes.
consistent play off the bench is what they need. Maybe he does start, in which case you might get your dream, Jay, where DeRozan becomes a starting 2. I wouldn't think so, but it's possible.
Well, I think it's you put the best players on the floor, and I think that's what the Kings Kingdom has been talking about here over the last couple of not even the last couple, but within the last year, even going back to last season. I said I wouldn't do it, but I think that's where it's Jay Crowder. Again, he's going to bring intensity. I think he's going to bring a little dog to the situation. I'll tell you one thing, and someone said this yesterday. I can't remember if it was a caller or one of you guys. I'm from the school of if somebody's coming down that lane too many times, SGA, you got to put some hands on somebody, stop giving up this easy stuff. And one thing Jay Crowder is going to do is he going to make you earn it.
This is clearly an indication that the Kings, Monty, Vivek, Mike Brown, some combination thereof, agrees with what we've been saying. When I say we, I mean everybody. I'm not trying to take credit for it. I'm just saying it's clearly an indication that they've seen the way this team has played. They look at the roster and go, no, that's not quite it. That's all we've been saying.
Right. Yeah.
That's all we've been saying. Let's talk to Mark here. 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Hello, Mark. What's up?
Yeah, it's kind of funny. It's kind of stole my thunder. Even it goes against my argument. I like the signing. I also like the Carter pickup, but they seem like, Carter's going to play a lot bigger than his 6'4" frame if he plays anything like he did in college. Just a complete dog. I guess what I was going to argue before the signing was, are these guys just completely disconnected? I feel like, getting rid of Mitchell and bringing in a McLaughlin, hopefully I didn't butcher his name.
No,
but
we're good. You're good.
So I'm hearing
I'm sorry.
A bad connection.
Yeah. All right. We'll let you go, Mark. Sorry about that. Technical issues.
Go ahead, Mark. You can finish. That was on me. That was on us.
You're good. Go ahead.
Fire
when ready.
Well, it just seems like, he's bringing in players that he's not playing, are you talking? Like, hey, I'm getting rid of Mitchell. I'm bringing McLaughlin. Are you okay with that? Are you going to play him? And it's like, I don't think McLaughlin's really had a chance. And I'm like, well, why did you get rid of Mitchell then? Why did you bring in Sasha, who's like an offensive only kind of guy? McBucket's offensive only kind of guy. It's just like, man, are these guys even communicating? And then, of course, today it seems like they do the right thing. Maybe they all did get in their same room. And like, what kind of team we going to build here?
Yeah. Gotcha, Mark. Thank you. Apologize for the technical issues. I'll tell you what, there's more to this. We're just finding out the reason why. And it wasn't that the Kings looked at this and said, we need help. Apparently, according to Sean Cunningham, an MRI revealed a grade 1 right calf strain for Trey Lyles. He got hurt last night. He's out of action, will be reevaluated in 3 to 4 weeks. So Jay Crowder was signed because Trey Lyles is hurt, not because he's going to rescue us. Also, DeMar DeRozan will miss tomorrow's game in Minnesota with lower back inflammation, which he's been dealing with, and is day-to-day. So that kind of changes the complexion of this. It's not, they went out and got Jay Crowder. Yeah, they're making a move. They were forced to make the move because of another injury. In this case, Trey Lyles, Jay. What do you think?
Yeah, well, Trey hadn't been playing at the highest level.
Right.
And he started the season kind of banged up anyway, missed some games early. And so I thought he was starting to get some of his legs under him. Hopefully the best is still yet to come with Trey Lyles for the rest of the season.
He's been plagued by lower body injuries last couple of seasons.
Yeah. And so, good by the squad doing what they had to do. They're going with someone that's familiar. Again, I know it's out of necessity, but I also like who Jay Crowder is. I also like, what he may bring to this team, and we'll see. I know Drapes is a huge fan.
Yes.
I know I've kind of been in the corner of Jay Crowder. I think you've kind of been like, kind of, warm on it sometime.
Yes.
Okay. There you go. And so I think it's a good move in the form of, I like the player that they're bringing in to replace Trey Lyles at the moment. And hopefully it's something that sticks.
Yeah. We have a little more context now on why Jay Crowder is coming to the Kings. 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. What does it all mean going forward? Can the Kings turn this thing around? Can Jay Crowder help? That's next with the Drive Guys. Jay and Whitey today, Sacktown Sports.
Welcome to Staples.
Help! My family's in for the holidays and I need gift ideas.
That's why we're here. Staples has amazing deals on everything you need. Photo gifts, laptops, and gaming systems. Even custom holiday cards and shipping solutions to send gifts to the family that can't make it.
Perfect! Have anything for Uncle Frank? I love him, but the guy is never quiet.
Noise-canceling headphones. For you.
You get it.
Unwrap huge holiday savings at Staples. And right now at Staples, save up to $350 on select computers. Ends 12/28, in-store only.
I got a line.
He got a line.
She got a line. We got 4 lines. Cricket Nation. Cue finger guns. Really easy. Super stress-free. 5G so fast. Like blazing fast. Games and memes. You'll have a blast. You can get fast 5G across 4 lines. You can get fast 5G across 4 lines. As we discuss, take it from us. We for our one Cricket Nation.
And only $25 a line. Welcome to more lines. Welcome to Cricket Nation. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Cricket 5G requires a compatible device. It is not available everywhere. Discount varies by line. Fees may apply. Terms and restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
The Drive Guys, live and local, every afternoon, Monday through Friday on Sacktown Sports.
Yeah, here's the word this afternoon, and it comes down to this. We have word that Trey Lyles was injured last night. Let's see here. Suffered grade 1 right calf strain. He'll be out of action, reevaluated in 3 to 4 weeks, according to Sean Cunningham. Also, DeMar DeRozan, his back is still bothering him. He will miss the Minnesota game, and he's day-to-day. And Jay Crowder is close to a deal with the Kings. So Kings close to acquiring Jay Crowder. We have acquired, for a short time anyway in our program, the services of Emran Pilati. Hello, Emran Pilati. How are you?
I just drove in and had some lunch on my way in.
What'd you have?
Had a McRib.
Oh, what?
They're back.
Yeah, holiday. You eating that stuff?
Can we? This isn't live, right? My wife can't hear this. No, I had a McRib. You can't pass that up. No pickles.
Dude, you're supposed to say a salad and then tell us off air. You ain't learned it yet.
I had a McSalad.
Pickle? You're a pickle passer?
I'm a pickle passer.
Huh.
Well, but I'll eat a pickle by itself, but I just can't have it on a sandwich or a meal or anything like that.
Right.
What a great start to the show and segment.
Yeah. Well, are you excited about Jay Crowder?
I didn't know about anything about it until I walked in the door 3 seconds ago.
That's what we're here for. You know what it is? I found out, seriously, if you turn around, I found out from Jay, who found out from Ramsey, who found out from this girlfriend. It was like, boom, boom, boom. All right, we have breaking news on Sacktown Sports.
Ramsey's girlfriend was the one that found that out first?
Yes.
How?
She was just quicker on the social network. That's what women do.
Man. Then my wife
I know I'm
already
going to
knew-
get killed for
I was
that,
gonna
but
say-
my wife stay on the phone, so I don't know. But,
I was going to say, probably my wife knew that I ordered the McRib before I ordered the McRib then.
Probably.
Yeah. How do I feel about Jay Crowder? I think that he's got that dog in him, but his body may not cooperate like it used to. He was a great 3-point shooter, played great defense. But the Robert Covingtons, the Jay Crowders of the world.
He's 33 to your point.
Yeah, they just there's a wall that they hit, and there's a reason why he's unsigned.
Actually, he's 34.
Then never mind.
In July. Yeah, so he's 34.
Yeah, so I just think it's one of those scenarios where he'll give you what it gives you, maybe 10 to 12 minutes a night. But I wouldn't expect much more than that. But I'm happy that the Kings are able to sign somebody to help alleviate this.
I was very excited. I thought, they're finally doing something. That was before we realized with the other reporting that came out that they were kind of forced to do this. Last year, Jay Crowder played 50 games with the Milwaukee Bucks, 23 minutes a game. He shot 35% from the three-point line. The year before that with Milwaukee, he only played 18 games. He shot 44%. So there's every indication that he can still shoot the three ball. And I don't know how closely you watch the Kings these days, Emron, but nobody on this team can make a three-point shot.
I turned down tickets both nights.
Did you really?
I did. Well, were you?
Me too.
Were you doing the show from the arena the last 2 nights?
Just yesterday.
Yeah. I would have hung out if you were there.
Yeah.
Right. I would have come, but
I was there. You would have hung out.
I'm not a fair weather fan.
Yeah.
I just don't want to be driving home all the way back to Roseville with sunken spirits, knowing that.
Wow.
This
is a long time Kings fan.
Yep. Somebody that's been there since day one.
Little discouraged.
Are you already? I was going to say you're already discouraged. 18 games in.
Yes.
No faith.
No. I have faith.
Okay,
I think that we're playing minimum. I'm not worried about that. What I'm concerned about is just the lack of, I guess, the commitment to a rotation. The fact that, you've got your backup point guard that was playing very well.
See, that's why I was excited about this.
And then not even having him play at all.
I was excited about this, Emron, because I thought, oh, great. He can bolster the bench a little bit more. But no, it turns out he's just going to take over for, at least in the short term, for Trey Lyles. Then you get these wiseacres on the text line from the 209. Maybe we should see if Rodman is available. I hope you're proud of yourself.
I just saw Rodman this weekend. I was in Chicago.
That's right.
I was there.
Hey, I didn't know Rodman was going to be there.
Rodman was there. He was hugging up on Artis Gilmore because I was there with Artis, and Rodman was there. And I don't know if Rodman knew he was there, but Rodman was physically there.
You didn't attempt to convince him to come out to Sacramento?
Again.
Chris the mom says, that's good news. We signed. We need help. Nice birthday gift to me today. Happy birthday to you. And again, it's not official yet, right, Jay? According to the reporting, now it wouldn't have been leaked if people weren't sure it was going to happen.
Right.
But it's not official yet.
No, it's not. Ink has not been put to paper yet.
Well, let's check with somebody's girlfriend. They would know.
Let's check with Rob. Rob joins us here at Sacktown Sports. Hello, Rob. How are you today?
I'm doing great. How about you guys?
Good. What can we do for you?
Well, I was calling for a whole different reason. We were talking about a few different things to start, but then the news of Jay Crowder. And I have to be honest, I called in yesterday and was saying something about Jay Crowder as we were looking at him. And I know, I've heard you guys talk about him in the past too. We've said things from he was the guy we'd need because we know he's a dog and he plays defense and he can hit threes in big moments. But then I also know we've talked about we worry about his last 2 stops where he wasn't happy, I think, in the end because they didn't use him the way maybe he would have liked. But I also look at those teams and look at where they were going, and they're much different situations than this. I look at this team, we have a lot of guys who are young and capable, and maybe Jay Crowder Jay Crowder does at the very least what he's done on paper and plays defense well, comes off the bench and scores 5 or 6 points a game, hits maybe 1 or 2 threes, and then mentors young guys and shows them how to come in every night, work hard, and how to play defense the right way. I don't know. That hit me as Mark was talking, the last caller.
Yeah.
And I think one of you guys mentioned it too. So I'll let you go and see what your thoughts are.
All right. Thanks, Rob.
You know what I think, Whitey?
What do you think?
Everything he said, I agree with the exception of the fact that there's not really young players to mentor. If you think about the players, they're 25, 26, 27, the Kevin Huerters, the Trey Lyles, they've been around long enough to where they may not need that mentoring. It's not like they have Devin.
Still Keegan,
maybe,
and Devin will be there. You're right, Devin.
But for the most part, these guys are starting to format who they are. So I don't think Jay Crowder is needed in the sense of the mentorship at the moment. They just need bodies that can shoot a three.
Let me spin on that real quick. And I think mentorship might not be the proper terminology, the proper word. Maybe it's just a fact of showing this team how to be a playoff team, showing this team examples of how to carry yourself as a playoff contender and trying to move forward. And so maybe that's what he was saying. I'm just trying to help him, bro. I don't know,
Yeah,
but I do agree with you. He's not really mentoring anybody on the squad at that point.
Keegan is 24. I mentioned, maybe Keegan can benefit from that. And one of these jackals in the chat said, Keegan's almost 30. Leonard Keegan, and he's not. But
rounding
it's interesting the way Kings fans are reacting to this. Leonard Keane, geriatric Kings. Russell says, sign Boogie next, and then Tyreek Evans. Jay Crowder would have been a great signing 5 years ago.
Yeah.
So people are not, people are just not in a good Kings frame of mind.
I was just going to say, you got it. And that's
recency bias.
It's like Emran is. Emran, I would have never thought I would hear Emran in the time that I've known him say, you know what? Dang, I ain't even trying to go to the Kings game because I want to go home to my family disappointed.
I normally would go even by myself and sit there and cheer.
That's right.
And I didn't even want to do that. In fact, the second part of the game,
I would have sat with you last night.
We've gone to the games together. We have a great time.
Yeah.
Right? You eat off my popcorn, which is unnecessary. You don't even ask me, but it's a great time.
I asked you, you're going to say no.
It's a great time. So yeah, I'm just a little frustrated, not to the point where I've given up or I'm switching teams and I'm getting my brand new Warriors hat. Yeah, that's not going to happen. But what I'm saying is that it's just frustrating to watch the inconsistency of the rotations. And I've played basketball at the lowest level for a long time. When you see a run, you know what to do. You call a timeout, you switch things up, you change things around. I think that if you're showcasing Huerter to trade him, you don't put him on the bench. You let him go for a few runs, and then Monty starts working the phones, and you do something like that. I hate to say that about trading guys that I have affinity for.
Right.
Something's got to change.
Being realistic, though.
Yeah, something's got to change.
Let's see what Ben has to say about the whole thing. Ben will strike a note of optimism. I can feel it. What do you got for us, Ben?
Oh, you are going to be so upset.
Keep it real, Ben. Keep it real.
Fair enough. Fire away.
Listen, I heard what JJ said, and you know what? If we're picking up a guy who's 34 years old, we're looking at 6.2 points a game, 3.2 rebounds. I can go down the list. It doesn't matter. We can all watch the games, and we can see we're missing a rim issue, a rim defense issue, and then we're missing 3-point defense. So why does this make any sense? This does not take Trey Lyles out of this. What does this change? I mean, it's like we need to add, and I'll leave it after this, we need to add the Christian McCaffrey to the Kings. So how do we find that? Because we need something else. I love you guys. You guys are doing great. And I love listening to you every day.
Thank you, Ben. It's just hard to get the Christian McCaffrey of the NBA. You'd have to give up a lot to get him, and there are other teams that want him. Jay Crowder doesn't save your season. The reason I was excited initially was because I thought, wow, they're actually being proactive. They're trying to add on, and they're addressing an area of need. Then you find out that, well, it has to do with Trey Lyles.
Yeah.
So it's really just kind of I mean, it's what else are they going to do? They're just kind of filling a space, and maybe Jay Crowder gives you a little lift. You're right. It's not going to save your season. But on the other hand, they had to do something with Trey Lyles hurt. At least they're trying. At least they're addressing it.
Yeah. I would just say that if your season turnaround hopes are on Jay Crowder,
that would be
a bigger issue.
Right.
And I mean, it's diagnosed down to three items. Keegan's not scoring like he used to. His three-point shooting is rough. Kevin's not scoring at all, which is really rough. At least playing some defense. And the rotations are screwed up. I really believe that. When you see Jared, what's his name? Jared. Why am I forgetting our backup point guard?
J-Mac?
J-Mac.
Jordan
McLaughlin.
All these J's and Jordans. I'm thinking of Jordan Mason, who plays for the Niners. Niners have bad rotations too.
You
have a guy that
and you were hoping the Kings would get in.
I was hoping they'd get Jared McClain. That's exactly.
Yeah.
But the point of it is like J-Mac plays great, and then nowhere to be seen in 2 games.
I love him, but he didn't play great. He played well. I'm just trying to.
Did he play so bad that you put Colby Jones in?
I would like to see them both play.
Yeah.
I think the coach now.
I'm with both of you guys.
Yeah, he's just trying to mix and match according to the opponent, and I know that you could see this coming. You could see that he's going to start doing this, and fans don't like it, and players don't love it either. But Emron, if you play well, he will play you more, right? If I'm the coach and you don't play well, why am I going to play you more?
Ask Kevin Huerter in his 13 minutes last night.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's a rough place to be. And
I know he got destroyed last night.
He did.
He's your guy. He's our guy. We have nothing against him, but
real is real, man.
Yeah, they were like, they
Yeah.
had to
Well, they
get him
say-
off
yeah,
the floor from
yeah.
where the Thunder players were salivating when they saw that Kevin Huerter switched on him.
Oh yeah. And the night before, he played well on defense. He got a couple blocks. He played some defense.
He's doing a lot of things. He's got to make that shot.
Yeah, I mean that's
all.
that's your job. It's
Yeah.
like a kicker can do a bunch of stuff, but if you can't make a kick,
That's right.
you're out.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Got Emron Pilati with us. We've got Jay Crowder. We think looks like he's coming to the Kings. Back to your calls next. Drive Guys, Sacktown Sports.
Dunks, threes, buzzer beaters. There's so much NBA happening. I gotta keep up.
Easy there. There's a better way to NBA with the NBA app.
Wait, really?
Follow your favorite teams and the league's brightest stars. Be on the ball with real-time stats and scores.
Yeah?
And go behind all the drama with new docs and shows.
Are you kidding?
Catch every swish, dunk, and bucket. All of this, all in one place, all for free.
Thank you.
There's a better way to NBA. Download the app today. Available on the Google Play, Apple app, and Android stores.
Get year-end pricing during Happy Honda Days at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop for great pricing on our entire selection of new CRVs, HRVs, Ridgeline Civics, and Accords. Plus, with low finance and lease options, now's the time to buy. Hurry in and save during Happy Honda Days at Folsom Lake Honda, or go to folsomlakehonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
The Big O Tires Black Friday sale has begun. Buy 3, get 1 free on hundreds of select tires, including our exclusive Big O branded tires. Hurry before the Black Friday sale ends. Installation required, disposal fees extra, not valid with other offers. See Big O dealer for details. Valid through December 8th.
At the law offices of Dale R. Gomes, we understand that when you're facing a crisis, you need more than just a lawyer. You need a team. Our dedicated attorneys work together, combining decades of experience to guide you through personal injury or criminal defense matters with care and expertise. We're committed to supporting you every step of the way, ensuring your voice is heard and your rights are protected. With offices in Sacramento and El Dorado County, reach out to the law offices of Dale R. Gomes today, 916-999-9033, or online at dalegomslaw.com.
This holiday season, create a fun and joyful memory for you and your loved ones. Come light the world and help those in need through the Giving Machine. November 16th through January 1st at the Westville Galleria Mall in Roseville and in Modesto at Valley Fair Mall. Choose from local charities serving your community or from global charities worldwide. Come feel the Christmas spirit at the Giving Machine. Learn more at givingmachine.greatersacramentomodesto.org.
It's Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room. And guess what? Primetime football is back. Capital Casino is giving away $500 per game in high hand bonuses for every Sunday, Monday, and Thursday night primetime game. As always, offering the best food, the best service, and the best action with the most variety of games in the region, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. So check them out, Capital Casino, and always remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
At aimyourdigital.com, we'll help you target the right audience, build your leads, and crush your quota. Take your business to the next level. Our digital marketing strategies help grow awareness of your product or service, all while building trust in your business. Our approach involves leveraging multiple tools and strategies to deliver exceptional results that are customized to your unique business needs. Don't wait to run out of sales leads. Keep your business growing. Get started with aimyourdigital.com today.
Want the best movie experience in town? Join Sacktown Sports IMAX Pass by visiting sacktownsports.com. Sign up today. You can win tickets to see this week's films at the Esquire IMAX Theater.
The Drive Guys, live and local, every afternoon, Monday through Friday on Sacktown Sports.
Jay and Whitey today. We've got Kyle Draper in Minnesota with the team. Emran Pilati with us today, and it's just kind of the state of things right now. There's some excitement over Jay Crowder and the fact that he's very close to signing with the Kings. There's a lot of frustration. There's people, Emran, coming after me in the chat. There's people coming after you in the chat. It's that kind of day.
You win for Hater of the Year.
You'd think with the holidays nearly upon us, people would be in a more positive frame of mind. But we have this. Sacktown says, Whitey is defending Mike Brown's horrible lineups. I think you mean his rotations, right? I mean,
I don't mean to be a hater. I don't mean to be condescending, which means to talk down to you.
Yes,
but
yes. I mean, some of the lineups, he doesn't have a lot of choice right now. But yes, I'm in the minority. I tend to defend him for the way he plays the bench guys, while most people say he needs to play the bench guys more for them to play better. And then you have Campy is much too comfortable in here. Campy says, he says that Emran played at the lowest of levels basketball in the 5 foot and under league.
Oh, you know what?
Blood.
Listen. That is
Campy personally.
That is offensive and accurate. 5 foot and under league.
5 foot and under leagues.
Yeah, Muggsy Bogues was our center. I was with Spud this weekend. Did you see that?
I did.
What?
Yeah, I was with Spud this weekend.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, I'll send you the photos.
He's a cold person, man.
Yeah, I was with Spud. He's wonderful.
So Spud, Artis Gilmore, Dennis Rodman.
Dennis Rodman.
Yeah.
Reggie Jackson.
Reginald Martinez Jackson?
Wow. Brian Bosworth.
Okay.
But the one that was the best to work with, other than Artis, my guy, was Henry Winkler, the Fonz.
Really?
He couldn't have been nicer. So
Hi,
nice.
I'm Henry Winkler.
Hi.
Yes, he's terrific.
And he went, hey. He was awesome.
What kind of show were you at, man? It sounded like a 3-ring circus.
It was the Chicago Sports Spectacular.
So why was the Fonz in the building?
He was there signing autographs. And he did a great job.
For a sports joint, okay.
Well, he was also, the
pop
coach.
culture.
He was the coach in what was that movie with Adam Sandler? The Waterboy. He was the coach.
Wow, that's right.
Coach Klein.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Coach Klein. So he was signing Coach Klein jerseys.
Yeah, he was recently in Barry.
And they had
what?
Barry, a show.
It's a really dark show.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
With Bill Hader.
Yes.
And then they had the League of Their Own reunion.
Oh,
so
really?
Rosie
dope.
O'Donnell was there, Gina
Rockford
Davis.
Peaches?
Yeah, Rockford Peaches. They had all the women there. I don't think Madonna was there, but everybody else was there, and they were
That's
signing
pretty cool.
autographs. It was great.
Rosie O'Donnell there?
Yeah.
She was.
Wow.
She was. But
Gina
I was already-
Davis?
Gina Davis was
Laura
there.
Petty?
He didn't listen, huh?
Yeah, he didn't.
Well, you
literally
said
just
they're all
literally
there.
said these
You said
names.
they're all there. Madonna wasn't there.
No,
So now I'm
he said Gina Davis. He said the names.
Oh, you're right.
Hey,
I
you know
wasn't.
what? As long as he doesn't co-host any shows with me other than this one, I'm fine.
See you Saturday, big guy.
Oh, wait.
You can tell who we co-host with,
Yeah,
right?
no kidding. He asked Shep a question and then he lets him pontificate, and Whitey's off thinking about gardening.
Shida Man says, at this point, I'd rather see JaVale McGee. At least he would block shots and catch some oops.
Man,
this is not a bad this
I'm
Jay
about
Crowder
to
thing
say,
is not a bad thing.
Listen, Kings fans.
It's not a bad thing. It may not be a great thing, but it's not a
Trey
bad thing.
Lyles is hurt.
Yeah.
Someone has to fill the roster. We understand, or let me just say I'll speak for myself. I understand that you want PJ Washington. I understand you may want Pascal Siakam. I get it. Beef stew. Plenty of people. Miles Turner. Understandable. John Collins. You already know.
Stewart.
Yes. Well, yeah. Shouts out to Yogi too. That's my guy. My guy, right? This is someone that's a free agent. You understand it takes people to go get those people.
Don't you think,
right?
Jay, they worked them out this summer.
Yes.
Then they kind of had them like, okay, we know if we need somebody, it's almost like they don't have, farm systems in basketball, but it's kind of like, hey, if
they only had the sucking Kings or something.
Right. Yeah.
If they only had it.
Yeah. Jay Crowder, we're going to send you to the G League.
Where is Scalabicier? That's who I want. Get him right
Stockton
now.
Right now, baby.
So I'm saying, like, look at Namus. That guy's playing 20 minutes a game for the defending champions.
Yeah.
We couldn't figure out how to have him work on the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah.
Listen, we're nitpicking at this point. These fringe players, these fringe rotation players, we're over here going, Jay Crowder, it's the main guys. That's the ones that need to step up. Yeah. I would think that in this case now, and again, I'm being very aggressive about my Kings feelings right now. I'm feeling way too aggressive about how I feel about the Kings right now.
Was Rosie O'Donnell there?
Just got here?
Go ahead.
Whitey don't even know what to do right
it's
now.
The garage fumes. Don't worry about it.
You know what it is? It's the barbecue. He's using the barbecue coals. It's just what's happening is usually you just sit back and watch me and Kyle go at it back and forth.
Right.
The fact that you have to interact right now.
Yeah.
It's requiring you to think. Wait a minute. Did he say Gina Davis? But what I'm saying is, like, Keegan was untouchable, untradeable, non-negotiable just a year and a half ago.
I bet you Tom Hanks wasn't there.
Tom Hanks was not there because there was no crying in baseball. And I would just say that I think he'd be a consideration for a trade, right? Not saying that they should trade him, but like he's now off the untouchable list. I think the Kings now are realizing maybe he's not going to be a 25-point game scorer. And I was watching SGA last night, and when he came out of Kentucky, I thought he was going to be Rondo. I didn't know he was going to turn into this.
You know who knew how good he was your guys. And I'm being serious, Jerry West.
Yeah.
Jerry West saw it when other people didn't see it. He saw that that's not just a pretty good player. That guy could be great.
And what's weird is because they gotta marinate on the bench. They gotta learn. They gotta get better. But as an example, Dyson Daniels right now playing for Atlanta.
Agreed.
That guy's balling. He's averaging 16, 18 points.
Yeah. Let me say this real quick. And I just said this, and I don't mean to cut you off, but this kind of is going to enhance your point.
I was gonna. So
okay, no problem. Is this was Rosie there? This is the thing, and this is the frustration that I have, and I understand as the Kings fans, the Kings Kingdom, is there were players, PJ Washington, OG Anunoby, there were guys that were there for the taking. And the frustration from Kings fans, knowing you look over and you see PJ Washington got for one first round pick and then do what he did last year. That's where the frustration then lies. And that's what you're saying. And he was available. Najee Marshall available. Dyson Daniels available. And that's what, when you're talking about that, I understand the frustration. That has nothing to do with the Jay Crowder stuff.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Big Tom.
And I think what ends up happening is, like, when you see a progression and you see a guy getting better and better every year, you think of guys like Derek White, right? He started off kind of slow, and then all of a sudden he turns into somebody. OG, that's a good example. Bam. These guys turn into something. You could see them developing and getting better. When you see Keegan regressing for whatever reason, even if it's a minor regression, it's frustrating because you're like, wait a minute, you were the fourth pick. You were somebody that we've now said no to on several occasions when we've had all-stars or borderline all-stars being offered in for him, and we're saying no. When you look back, you're like, what do we say no to? Should we have taken that original trade because the guy's not developing into the superstar we thought he was going to be?
I understand what you're saying. You may be 100% right. To me, he would still be on my untouchable list.
Still,
because I think there's been some scuttlebutt and it's not confirmed, so I don't know that it's true, but that he's dealing with something with his heel. He's been more aggressive the last couple of games where Mike Brown has told him, because Mike Brown has shared with us that he's told him, be more aggressive, take the ball right to the basket to dunk it. He's been doing that. The 3-point shot, I'm seeing glimpses that it might be coming back. So I can understand the argument that it's time to move off of him. I would not move off of him.
I don't think they should either. Yeah. But what I'm getting at is that, like, in our culture, for some reason nowadays, it's suck it up. Don't talk about your complaining. Yeah. But then it's like, if your hand is messed up, like we believe De'Aaron's is, right? We believe De'Aaron's hand's messed up. You can see it, right? But he doesn't say anything. No excuses.
Right.
Well, I'm sorry. That is an excuse. If it's in your shooting hand and you're not making shots, it's okay to be like, my hand's messed up, man. I can't shoot like I used to. Instead of going, nope, no excuses. If Keegan's heel is hurting, let us know. So that way we're like, okay, well, he's playing through an injury, or maybe we need to ease up on him a little bit. Because when we talk and we're on the radio and we're in our car and we're saying, Keegan sucks and Kevin sucks and all this stuff, these guys are hearing it. And while the heel may heal, the mentality of hearing the people that are watching you play, calling you this, I mean, if Keegan said, hey, look, I'm hurt, I'm trying to play through this thing, I'm struggling through it, I'd rather hear that than dead silence. And we know that like Joel Embiid or Kawhi, the fans are done with them because these guys are always like hurt, but they don't explain what's going on with their body. If Kawhi is like, hey man, every time I go on the court, I'm in such pain, I can't even function. That'd be so much more admirable to hear than just out again, street close again. We would love to have some game used jerseys put into the cards. But these guys don't play in games.
You cold, man. You cold.
By the way, Rosie O'Donnell did half that movie with a bad hammy. Never said a
She never said one thing.
Never let anybody on. 339-1140. Was she there? 1-800-920-1140. We'll get back to the phones. I'll tell you the one thing about the Kings' current predicament that really gets to me. Next, Sacktown Sports.
Carmichael Dave here from my good friends at American Energy. Cool weather, if not cold weather, is in our future. You know that. It'll eventually get there, and American Energy wants to make sure your system is operating safely and properly. So now is the time to take advantage of the $49 fall tune-up inspection. That's regularly $119, but includes a full safety and duct inspection. And if your system's over 10 years old, it's free. The tune-up is on American Energy. Give them a call right now. They're offering $50 off your first recommended repair, or if you need a new furnace, that's half off the price of a new unit. American Energy been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You can check them out at theaeway.com for an instant quote. That's theaeway.com. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Toyota's Black Friday sales event ends soon. Take advantage of the biggest savings of the year and gear up for adventure in a legendary Toyota truck.
Ready, set, let's go.
Get $2,000 cash back on Tundra and Tundra Hybrid, or lease a Tacoma 4x4 for as low as $269 a month.
Ready, set, let's go.
The clock is ticking on Toyota's Black Friday sales event. Don't miss out. Toyota, let's go places. Offer available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit ends 12/2/24.
Finally, an easy way to find home improvement contractors. Just visit subcontractorsunited.com and simplify your search for home services professionals. From cabinets to windows, roofing to plumbing, Subcontractors United is an easy, simple way to find and hire a home improvement contractor. And you never have to give up personal information. So no harassing phone calls like you get from those other websites. Subcontractorsunited.com is sponsored by D&D Cabinets and Savage Design.
At Makita, good enough is never enough. It's not just about the power and runtime of the tool. It's about the power and runtime of the pro. We design, tinker, redesign, and obsess over every detail because we know the pros will too. Straight cuts, tight tolerances, clean lines. Again and again and again. If it's not right, don't put your name on it. Makita, available at the Home Depot.
It's football season, and Uber Eats is dropping undefeated deals on all your game day favorites. This week, score buy one, get one free fries from McDonald's, only on Uber Eats. Craving even more? We've got you covered with game day deals on pizza, burgers, tacos, and more all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms, taxes, and fees apply. See app for details.
Harbor Freight knows tool people like to keep busy. But with our Black Friday sale coming up Thanksgiving weekend, you'll want to free up some time. We're talking deals like our 5,000-watt generators under $800, 17-foot ladders for $99.99, and 40% off Icon Pro socket sets. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight. Valid until 12/2/24. While supplies last. Limitations apply.
Black Friday has officially landed at Fasteners Inc. Sacramento. The best deals of the year on power tools are happening now from November 25th through December 2nd. Get low-price Makita Bear tools starting at just $89. Makita batteries starting at only $49, and so much more. Don't miss out on your chance to grab the hottest power tool deals of the year. But hurry, these deals won't last forever. Visit us in person at 6701 Power Inn Road or shop online anytime at fastenersinc.net. Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. Better tools, better prices.
The holidays are always a great time to get together with family and friends, but nothing beats the thrill of Stockton Honda's deals. During Happy Honda Days, find the perfect ride in person or online. With over 400 new Hondas ready to go, now is the time to buy at Northern California's #1 Honda deal, Stockton Honda.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Number one claims based on 2023 total new and Honda certified pre-owned vehicle car sales from American Honda Motor Company, sold on report.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sacktown Sports.
Well, Macion in the Chateau says Keegan's only in his third year. I'll stay patient with him. Yeah, I understand that. Keegan's shown the last couple of nights. I know last night he didn't shoot the ball especially well again, but he's shown a little more aggressiveness. And young assets to me. Emran Pilati with us today. Of course, Jay. We've got Kyle Draper on his way. Is he on his way or is he in Minneapolis?
He's en route.
Yeah, on his way. Yeah.
That guy texts en route just fine. He's been texting me all day.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? Christmas is coming. You know what I got? Hey, man.
Why you at it, man? What's going on this weekend at the shop?
Okay.
Yeah, why you at it?
Yeah. So Friday is our
interested.
Friday's our 3-year anniversary, so we have our Black Friday sale. And breaking news here at Sacktown Sports 1140.
Although we kind of indicated it was going to happen.
I got permission to use it. So I created the graphic. We're going to be announcing the Kyle Draper holiday special sale. And it said, let me see what I did on the graphic. I'm going to post this soon. KD, Kevin Huerter.
KD, my man.
So we've got the Kyle Draper. I'm sorry, I'm getting the graphic. It's really bad for radio right now.
Kyle, press pause.
What is all this that you're playing? It's called the Kyle Draper. My man, let me get that at half price sale.
That's awesome.
Drake don't even write his own stuff.
So
I'll bet you that it costs you a little bit to get the rights to that.
You wouldn't believe it.
From the man himself.
Yeah.
How is it that you're on a plane flight to Minnesota? You're completely,
isolated.
When I fly,
Yeah.
I can't text people, right? I have to wait till they land. Somehow Kyle has a special phone that asks me for discounts on the plane. Hey, my man, can you hand me my discount phone? It goes directly to Emran over at True Sports Cards. Hey, you got any Jamal Wilkes jerseys? Who is this, and why are you contacting me? Aren't you on the plane? Yeah, anyways, 50% off, right? So with him always, this is not a new segment. This is the Emran shows up, and then Kyle grinds on me to give him a discount.
Yeah.
So we made some light of it, and we created a special.
And that'll be part of your
My Black Friday special. Yeah.
Third anniversary special.
Yes, it's the Kyle Draper. Hey, man, can I get that at half price sale? So there's going to be a lot of things. We have over 20 items that are going to be 50% or less. I have a Jose Canseco framed jersey for $300. Signed. Framed.
You might not have that too much longer.
Kyle Draper, of course. Jose Canseco himself. No, Gina Davis, but she wasn't. Was Madonna there? Do you like how we just jump around as if we're having a conversation in life and people are listening to this nonsense?
Sure. Yeah. Yes.
Don't bring attention to it.
Yeah.
Okay. I won't mention the fact that we're rambling on through 7 different conversations.
Well, I have a point to make, but I want to make sure we give your third anniversary sale.
Yeah. Let's do it. So we're going to go.
Attention it deserves. That's a big time.
8 to 8 in the morning till 8 in the evening. I think Jay's joining me for the last 2 hours so he can bend my ear about some projects.
Because now that I know Jose Canseco jerseys are at the shop, might come on through, spend a little cash.
I only have one.
Only one?
Yep. We're selling for $300. It's framed and autographed and signed. And Kyle just hit me up and he offered me $120 for it. I said, you're even giving me less than the actual 50% off. And he goes, well, it's me. I get 50 off the 50, right?
That's just
compounding
stands to
interest.
Uh-huh.
It's like deflation.
Congratulations on that.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
no, seriously. I'm
Yeah.
33-year anniversary too, my man.
Yeah.
Big time. That's big, brother.
Yeah.
Most businesses are out of business out of 18 to 24 months. So we made it past that. Thank goodness.
And still moving up.
Yes. I mean, it has a lot to do with our team. Truly. Like our team is just incredible. Shep running the show, Donovan, AJ, Ethan, Dave. Like I feel like I'm on stage getting an award here, but you really can't do much without the right team, right?
I think that radio show you do has just been gangbusters for you as well. I think that radio station has done a great deal for you.
I would
especially the new.
I would say
the
so.
new
but
version,
the 2.0 version with my new co-host.
Yeah. Well, now that you mention it.
Well, so was that you?
Pardon me?
Are you talking about you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was just wondering. You're a little older, but you're very flexible. You're able to move all the way back and pat yourself on the shoulders.
Whitey, I just thank you for being, so old.
Yeah.
He has that on the button quick.
He's good
A
today.
little bit younger than that old guy.
Was that also talking about me?
Yeah, that was you.
Yeah. So with you, I don't think people have said, we haven't said out loud, but you are officially the co-host of the True Sports Card Show on Saturday mornings at 10 a.m.
Yes, sir.
It's been great.
We have big fun every Saturday.
Yeah. This past Saturday, I was in Chicago, as we talked about, but you and Shep held it down and made fun of me. And
Jim Scheffler says 3 years, it's felt like 30. So it's good to have people like that working for you.
I love him. The fact that he's 44 but looks 64. He, when he walks like he's walking down a set of steps. Both ways.
Wow.
What? Okay.
Imagine somebody walking down steps.
Yeah.
That's what Shep looks like walking forward. Like how, like when somebody's running to the finish line and they're leaning in.
It's not working. Right? I mean, that's kind of a rule.
That's
of
true.
Comedy
You
or
gotta-
whatever. Insults. Like if you have to say, go, okay, look, I'm going to draw it out for you. This is
A
the
diagram.
guy, and these are the stairs. Okay, it's probably.
Did we sign a contract for you being the co-host? Or was it just kind of like
Probably let
a
that
handshake?
one go. It's probably
Real quick,
a play on.
real quick, because this is
It's getting worse.
There are some serious Black Friday, customers, people who really tap in. What are a few of the items? Because I'm actually interested myself.
So, for example, we have our hot corner that we normally have cards, priced fairly. We're giving 50% off of everything in the hot corner. So if a card's $5, it's $2.50. If it's $2, it's $1. If it's $1, it's 50 cents. If it's $10 and Kyle comes in, it's 50 cents. Yeah. 50 cents. So yeah, we're going to be doing our entire hot corner. I'm going to be selling one of your favorites. You love blaster boxes.
Yes.
So,
Kind of outgrown them, but I still love them.
So like, for example, blaster boxes of Tops Allen and Ginter, normally $15.
Wow.
Yeah.
See you Friday, buddy.
Less than cost.
See you Friday, big guy.
See you at 7:30. Open. Hey, my guy. The day that you start calling the day you start calling me my guy, Whitey. Done.
Yeah. Peg Junk just asked Allen and Ginter deals. So there you go.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Not those, are there?
Well, the blasters. He said.
We'll see what's left.
Yeah.
We'll see what's left over. And then there's new products that's coming out that we're gonna discount heavily. Because I want people to have fun. So 8 to 8, and we're even doing some stuff. Shep's got a whole list of stuff for us to have. Things like buy this and get a free $25 gift card. Just by buying stuff. So like, I don't know. Let me just get the graphic of Kyle smiling about his sale, and then we can go from there. But you can anticipate 20 to 30. Also, I might as well tell you right now, the Black Friday deal. If you come in on Black Friday 8 to 8 and you bring in a card to get graded by PSA, I will do it for $20. It's normally $30.
Yeah.
$20. Normally you have to send in 20 at a time to get the $20 deal. I want to see your face on Black Friday. If I have to be there 8 to 8, I want to see your beautiful face. Bring in a card. I'll get it graded for you for $20.
I have a feeling this is going to be a wonderland of savings. No, it sounds like one of those things you're going to go, oh, look at that. Oh, look at that. I'm going to get one of those. No, wait, I want to get one of those.
That's what I want. That's what I want people to do.
Yeah.
I want them to have that enjoyment.
Mm-hmm.
But enough about me and my sales at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland, California. Forget about
Saturday.
By the way, for those who have never been to your store, I know it's Rockland, but it's very close to like Roseville, right?
If you look across the street,
yes,
it's Roseville.
Because the first time I went up there, it's like, well, I got a long haul up to Rockland. I love Rockland, but I thought I was in Roseville. What's going on? And here I am.
You drive across. If you go left, it's Roseville. If you go right, if you're at Costco, it's Roseville.
Yeah.
If you're across the street with me, it's Rockland.
Right. Nothing against Rockland, but depending where you are, it's probably closer than you think. That's all.
Yeah. Yeah. I didn't even know when I first came out here from Stockton, and I picked my store before I picked where I was going to live. Truly. I was like, oh, I want to open a store. Well, let's go over here.
Your wife says that is where you live, but
she wants that too. I was at the store last night until 2:30 in the morning, pricing cards.
Wow.
Yeah. Not fun. But it's what you do in order to be there for your customers.
Get that violin music ready.
I know.
For
I
Mr.
was going to say, didn't he have a team? No, just 5 minutes ago, he had a team. Yeah,
they're all sleeping. No, they're busy getting their notes ready to make fun of me on Saturday.
Listen, bottom of the hour. I don't know if you're familiar with Jerry Reynolds, but he's going to join us at 4:30.
Oh,
yeah.
Dang it. I won't be here that long.
Oh, well, you're welcome to.
You'll let me? You're not going to kick me out?
I'm not. I can't speak for Jay.
I'll stay for one more segment if that's okay with you guys.
Of course. Jay Crowder, it looks like he's signing with the Kings, the latest on that. And I'll tell you the one thing about this current Kings predicament that to me is, dare I say, unacceptable. Next with the Drive Guys, we'll get back to the phones as well. 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140, Sacktown Sports.
This Thanksgiving, Paramount Plus serves up a must-see NFL on CBS divisional matchup when Jared Goff and the high-flying Detroit Lions host top draft pick Caleb Williams and the Chicago Bears. It all kicks off Thursday at 12:30 Eastern with the NFL on CBS, streaming live on Paramount Plus.
The holidays are here at the Home Depot. If you're working on getting ready for company,
a lot of company,
make sure you're ready with Black Friday savings. Get up to 40% off select appliances, plus up to an extra $1,000 off select kitchen appliances. Upgrade your kitchen with top brands like GE Profile and get sleek cutting-edge appliances to make sure you've
got hosting handled.
Yeah, you do. Get Black Friday savings now with free delivery and financing on select appliances this holiday at the Home Depot. Offer valid November 6th through December 4th. U.S. only. See store online for details.
Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Get year-end pricing during Happy Honda Days at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop for great pricing on our entire selection of new CRVs, HRVs, Ridgeline Civics, and Accords. Plus, with low finance and lease options, now's the time to buy. Hurry in and save during Happy Honda Days at Folsom Lake Honda, or go to folsomlakehonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
If it's the holidays, then it's bonus card season at Twin Peaks. Stuff your friends and family stockings with the ultimate gift card and get a little something in return for yourself. Bonus cards are available to redeem January 1st through 31st, 2025.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Ready to make this Christmas unforgettable? Shop early and save at Prestigio Jewelers' biggest Black November sale ever. For over 30 years, Prestigio Jewelers has offered in-house financing and fine jewelry. Guaranteed credit approval between $400 and $10,000 with no money down options. Prestigio Jewelers, the perfect jewelry, the perfect price, helping you build perfect credit. With locations in Sacramento, Stockton, Merced, and Fresno. or online at prestigiojewelers.com.
Carmichael Dave with a simple question. What are you thankful for this year? So many things to consider, but one thing we can all agree on is a well-running vehicle to get you where you need to go each and every day. Jiffy Lube would like to say thank you to all their customers this November. Whether a weekend road trip to Lake Tahoe or your daily commute to work, Jiffy Lube has you covered. Serving the greater Sacramento area since 1984. Visit jiffylube.com today to find a location near you, generous oil change coupons, and more. Happy Thanksgiving and holiday driving from Jiffy Lube.
Bell Brothers presents our end-of-year warehouse clearance with our lowest prices of the year. Everything in our inventory must go. Save big on new furnaces, water heaters, AC units, and more. Plus, receive an instant rebate of up to $2,000 on select furnace and AC systems, and a free standard water heater with installation, and 0 payments, 0 interest financing. Call Bell Brothers now at 916-444-1234 or go online to thenosurpriseguys.com. These deals will not last long. If you have been putting off getting a new heating and cooling system or replacing your old water heater, now is the time to take action. It's Bell Brothers end-of-year warehouse clearance. Our in-home estimates and second opinions are always free. Right now is the best time to save up to $2,000 on select heating and cooling systems. Plus, receive a free standard water heater with installation. Plus, 0 payments, 0 interest financing. Get all the details at thenosurpriseguys.com. Financing based on approved credit.
At the law offices of Dale R. Gomes, we understand that when you're facing a crisis, you need more than just a lawyer. You need a team. Our dedicated attorneys work together, combining decades of experience to guide you through personal injury or criminal defense matters with care and expertise. We're committed to supporting you every step of the way, ensuring your voice is heard and your rights are protected. With offices in Sacramento and El Dorado County, reach out to the law offices of Dale R. Gomes today, 916-999-9033, or online at dalegomslaw.com.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports 1140.
Bless this week.
Your afternoon home for Kings Talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sacktown Sports.
We've got some bad news. We've got some hopefully good news for Kings fans today. It's Whitey and Jay with Crowd Draper on his way to Minneapolis, and Emran Palati with us from True Sports Cards, getting ready for the big Black Friday spectacular 3rd anniversary sale, which is going to be great at his store on the just on the border there, Rockland-Roseville border.
I'm getting text messages from 2 people.
Yeah?
Kyle Draper and my wife.
Really?
Wifey's trying to go see a movie with her niece. And Beckett's at home, so obviously we can't just leave him here. He's 2. So apparently she wants me to watch my son. So she's like, can you hurry up with the segment? And I'm like, do you understand? I'm on the radio.
Yes, we'll get him home to you as soon as possible. Yes. The bad news is that DeMar DeRozan still has a bad back, and he's not going to play tomorrow night. He's day-to-day. Also, Trey Lyles has a calf strain, so he's going to be reevaluated in, I forget now. Is it a week? We'll get that information for you. He's out for the short term. So Jay Crowder is very close to signing with the Kings, which when we first heard about that, we didn't know that it was in response to a Trey Lyles injury. So we were pretty excited, but it's interesting because, you know, a lot of Kings fans right now, maybe you're one of them. A lot of Kings fans are feeling very discouraged. So there's a lot of reaction to the Jay Crowder signing, which is like, oh, great. That's terrific. Who's next? John Salmons. So it's just kind of the mindset of a lot of Kings fans right now.
The 22-second shot clock dribbler. Oh, he's so good at dribbling till a 2-second fadeaway. John Salmons. Here's what's really strange. You and I might go to Lifetime Fitness or 24-Hour Fitness to go shoot hoops or whatever and try our best to play. Kyle Draper obviously is a dominant force at the Lifetime Fitness. Nobody gets injured, right? We play, we have a little fun. Nobody gets injured. We have the world-class athletes, the very best in the world at this. And they're calf strains and back hurts. And
how old are you? About?
I'm just saying.
I get hurt all the time.
Do you?
Yes.
Is that why your face is like that? I was trying to figure out why your face was like that. It was all grimacing.
I mean, good for you, but I mean.
Yeah, but like.
Yeah.
I mean, today I ate bananas last night before I went to bed. This morning I woke up I was in pain.
Yeah.
There's reasons why our body doesn't operate.
I guess standing there and watching someone run by and go, hey, guard him. I guess you're not going to get hurt doing that, huh?
I mean, next segment. Next segment.
Here's the thing before we get back to the phones. To me, this is the one thing about the Kings that to me is, we always say, oh, it's unacceptable. But if this isn't unacceptable, I don't understand it. And I made the point yesterday, and Drapes pushed back on me a little bit, and I'll make it again when he's here. 2 years ago, Beam Team 1, the Kings didn't have a great bench. They were kind of looking for some answers, Dellavedova, Terrence Davis. They didn't have a great bench. They had some guys here and there. The next year, last season, we know that they got Sasha, they got Huerter,
Davion was still on team.
Yeah,
Davion.
So it's like, the bench will be better. The bench wasn't great last year, right? So this is the third year. The bench is supposed to be better this year. And I remember saying this during the offseason. It's like, bench might be better, but there's a lot of question marks there. And here we are. Blame Mike Brown for his rotations or not. The bench is not very good. So this is like year 3 of that to me. And that's like, I don't understand
So
that.
you're putting it on Monty, is what you're saying?
Yeah, some of it. I mean, there's blame for everybody, but you look at the roster. That's why I initially was so excited about Jay Crowder's signing. Not that he's going to change your fortunes, but wow, they're addressing the lack of size and the lack of shooting coming off the bench. But no, they really brought him in because they were forced to do it. So that to me personally is very discouraging.
The Tuesday afternoon quarterbacking is so interesting, right? Because when we looked at before the season started, what would we look at Monty's grade? A, right? He brought in a future Hall of Famer in DeMar DeRozan. He only had to give up Sasha and Davion to kind of clear the roster spots. You look at it and say, wow, we really improved based on Monty because we've been yelling at him in chats that we want him to do something, and he does something major.
They made the playoffs.
And nobody said anything about the bench being weak. Mm-hmm. Nobody said anything about that. But then you did. You were one of the few then, because I'm on all the boards. Mm-hmm. I'm on the different .coms. And I read the stuff, and people were enthused about what Monty had done. It's when they played bad, all of a sudden now I've seen it since the beginning. No, you didn't, because you were giving him an A+ rating on what he did. So I think it's just more of just like, if the team had just made a few more shots, if they were shooting 35% versus 30% from 3, when they don't go on runs where they go down 18 points straight, like these little tweaks and twerks. If Kevin gave you 12 points a game instead of 0, if Keegan shot 38% instead of 29,
which he still may. You're right.
Right.
As
So
they
like
wait and wait and wait.
these
Yeah.
little things all of a sudden turn into blow the team up. This thing is awful. I'm frustrated, but I'm not at that level. And I think that the Kings fans just have to realize that a certain tweak can make this happen. The problem that I have is that Coach Brown is not making the tweaks in game to identify issues and runs. The runs are what kicks our butt.
Well, I think they miscalculated, and they took a gamble, and they were wrong. And to the point you made last summer, and I forget if this was the end of the year or after they signed DeRozan, it was one of Monty's press conferences. And somebody asked him, and I think it was Hambone, asked him about, hey, do you feel like you've addressed the lack of length? And he basically said, and I can find it, we can play it here. But he said, other teams have to adjust to us too. Yeah, we don't have the length of some teams, but with this team, they're going to have to adjust to us. Meaning that the Kings were going to be such an offensive force that would cover up, paper over some of their weaknesses. And when you can't make shots, your offense isn't causing many problems for people. So what they were banking on, it just didn't happen. It wasn't unreasonable, perhaps, for them to think it might happen, but so far anyway, it hasn't happened.
I would say,
you're
yeah,
just not playing with any force against the other team.
There's a mention in the chat here, and it's actually a really good point. Russell says he built the most lopsided roster in the NBA, which is true. If you think about it, if there's 5 guys on the team, if you count the 4 starters plus Malik, that would drop 20 and you wouldn't even blink an eye on it, right? 20 points, no doubt.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, 3 of them, you'd go, they didn't hit 20, Domas, Fox, or DeRozan. If they go short of 20, you're actually surprised. So you've got the scorers. But then outside of that, who do you trust that can even score 8 points? Truly. Any other player on the roster? None. Russell's right.
Yeah, it might
I mean,
be
it's
8 points one night, and then he might not score again for 3 nights, whoever it is. That's
Right.
just been that bloop, 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 bloop.
It's really rough.
Yeah, inconsistent.
There you go.
When we come right back, we will get to the phones. We got Jerry Reynolds coming up, bottom of the hour. More on where the Kings stand today, on more on how much Jay Crowder could help them with Emerald Pilati.
No,
I'm
going home. I
Emerald
gotta.
Pilati.
I'll be watching back. It was great talking to all of you.
We'll find out what movie his wife's going to when we come back to Sacktown Sports.
The quest for ring number 6 happens here on Sacktown Sports 1140.
Pop ball, George went up and caught the ball. Touchdown! San Francisco!
Listen on Sacktown Sports for all the 49ers action.
Jennings went up and took it away. What a catch by JJ! He scored 3 touchdowns today.
Quest for 6 lives here on your local sports leader, Sacktown Sports 1140.
Time to gear up. It's the Black Friday and Gold Saturday open house event at Roseville Power Sports, located at 360 North Sunrise Avenue. We're your home for the best deals on Can-Am side-by-sides, ATVs, and Ski-Doo snowmobiles. Now's the time to save thousands on a brand new Can-Am or Ski-Doo. And check out the all-new Can-Am Maverick R with an incredible 240 horsepower. The Maverick R is built to conquer any terrain, bringing unmatched power and excitement to your off-road adventures. Plus, save 30 to 50% on accessories, helmets, jackets, gear, everything you need to ride in style and safety. This Black Friday and Saturday only. And it's not just about the savings. It's an open house event you won't want to miss. Join us for food, prizes, and more this Black Friday. So head to Roseville Power Sports this Black Friday and Gold Saturday from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. And let's kick off the holiday season with incredible deals and tons of fun. Some restrictions apply. See store for details. Offers valid on 2024 and prior product while supplies last. Happy holidays from Roseville Power Sports.
Beat the Black Friday rush during Black Friday build-up at Lowe's. Right now, get up to 50% off select major appliances. Plus, get an extra 10% off when you buy a major appliance from Whirlpool, like the new Smart Range with air cooking and a wipe clean coating. Shop these deals in-store or online now, because Lowe's knows deals. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid 11/6 to 12/4. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
The Drive Guys, live and local. Every afternoon, Monday through Friday on Sacktown Sports.
Looks like Jay Crowder's headed to the Kings. How about that? He's headed to the Kings because Trey Lyles is hurt as a calf strain. So he fills that immediate void. Beyond that, we'll see what happens, how the roster shakes out, obviously. So maybe he's a piece rest of the season. And then we have the DeMar DeRozan news, which we probably haven't talked about enough, Jay, because, you know, a new player comes here that's exciting and worth talking about. But DeMar DeRozan he's still dealing with that lower back strain. He's going to miss the Minnesota game. He had a really nice game last night, but you could, A, see that he was not moving as well as he normally is, and B, I know Ramsey mentioned this, and you probably noticed this pregame, as I did, he was still wearing, I don't know, whatever it was, some sort of device, electronic stimulator or heating pad or something during warm-up. So clearly he's been dealing with it. Not good news.
No, and you know, the first thing I thought about last night when I saw the situation, and I think I was texting with Drapes, if I'm not mistaken. It was like, what you know, thoughts on DeMar? And he's like, he's still slow. You know, he's still not 100%. And so the first thing that popped in my mind was DeMar's probably going to miss more games playing for the Kings than he's missed in the last 10 years almost. Isn't that crazy? Like, that is bananas. And so hopefully he gets well, not playing tomorrow. Sounds like Jay Crowder will be available tomorrow in Minnesota from everything that I'm getting and hearing. So that hopefully will, you know, make up for something. Of course, Trey Lyles is gone for 3 to 4 weeks and then be reevaluated. But Yeah, it's not something you want to see as a Sacramento Kings fan when your number one free agent is just signed, who has not missed any games for the most part throughout his career, missing games for your team.
Right. And the Kings do appear to be at a crossroads. I mean, this could go any which way. There's time for them to turn it around. But I'm not willing to make the assumption that, there's so much talent on this roster that they're going to be fine.
No.
And the shots are going to start
Far
falling.
from.
Hopefully they will, but I wouldn't assume that. 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. See if Gary's still hanging on. Hey, Gary, thanks for hanging on. What's on your mind?
Well, I think there's three things the way Monty's put this team together that I don't like. And the first is we've got two players playing out of position because we don't have a legitimate power forward. And I think that bad shooting comes from tired legs. And I think Keegan having to play the 4 spot where the guys are bigger, stronger, and more athletic than him, or playing guys like Anthony Edwards, I think it's taken out of his legs, and that's why he's not shooting well. And that's forcing DeRozan, who's been an all-star at a 2 forever, to play the 3 and sometimes the 4 spot. You know, he's 35 years old, and that requires a lot more effort to cover bigger and stronger guys. And I think that's why for the first time in his career, he's getting hurt. And then you got Sabonis, who I think is doing a great job, but he's kind of like the Joker. If you're going to have a guy like that as your center, you're going to need to have a power forward. I don't care if he can score. You need to have a guy who's defensive-minded and tall and can help with some rebounding and some rim protection. And until we get that, I don't think we're going to be better, than the 8th spot at best in the playoffs.
Ooh, that boy Gary firing.
Thank you, Gary.
Yeah.
There's a lot to chew on there. For the most part, I agree with that.
I do too.
Yeah. DeMar, I think at this point, DeMar, in some cases, he might be better off guarding a big who's not as mobile as he would be guarding a 2 who moves better. But, the point is you don't have a legitimate 4 on the roster. And that's, as we said earlier, I think they figured their shooting would kind of mask that, but it really hasn't.
Yeah, the other part, too, is I think, the Kings' identity, and it wasn't so much as that last year. I thought they were still trying to figure out their identity, and that's not a good thing. But 2 years ago, they were running and gunning fast, quick pace. And they did well with that last year, but I thought there were some times where you could tell they just didn't play that way and sometimes felt like, I don't even know what we're doing here. And you can definitely see that here. I thought Gary makes great points. And if I'm hearing him correctly, it's a snowball effect. It's in the fact of, this A is turned into B and B is turned into C, and that's why we have D. And so I think Gary has some great points there. And as you said, I pretty much agree with most of them.
Mm-hmm. I think Beam team year 1, I think they snuck up on a lot of teams.
Yep.
By the time the playoffs started, clearly they didn't sneak up on the Warriors. Warriors are very well prepared, almost beat them anyway. Last year, they didn't sneak up on anybody.
No.
They're not, and this year they're not catching anybody off guard by, how they try to push tempo.
No.
Everyone's ready for that.
Absolutely. And this is the other part. And the Warriors have kind of faced this a little bit, albeit injuries, getting older, other different factors. But the fact of the matter is this. Most of the NBA is playing like this now.
Yeah.
And so, as you said, you're not catching anybody on a Tuesday night. You're not catching Charlotte on an off night. They're ready. I mean, have you not paid attention? LaMelo putting up 50 and 44.
I was going to mention that. That's your guy.
Come on now. Like this, you're not catching any of these guys. Brandon Miller putting up 30 right along with them. So you're going to have to do some other things. And this is me. I believe you're starting to see certain teams separate themselves who are doing things different. Look at Boston. They're not a run and gun team. Look at OKC. They're not a run and gun team. Look at Denver. They're not a run and gun team, right? And so I think if you start to pay attention, it's a copycat league. It's the boy band syndrome. When you start to go against that, I think you're starting to catch people like, oh, you know what? We actually have to play some interior defense this time, tonight when we're taking on OKC. Oh, we do have someone who is a free throw merchant and not just going to step back when it's a 1-on-4, which you saw last night was crazy. 1-on-4, you take a step back and hit a 3-pointer.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's what the NBA is,
Mm-hmm.
So I think some of the teams that are kind of going against that, of course, they still hitting the shots because Boston still makes shots. We saw OKC, but that's not their bread and butter. It's to get out and run.
339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Haven't checked the text line in a while. Have to check that in a moment. First, Jeremy joins us, Sacktown Sports. Hey, Jeremy, how are you?
What's up, guys? Good. How are you?
Listen, I appreciate you hanging on. What's on your mind?
Hey, thanks. Hey, I got to vote. One thing I got to vote for is Palladian Styles as a show. That guy's hilarious. Anyway.
All right. Duly noted.
Second, I got to think about this. Let's think about this on just a weird level, all right? I mean, most people won't think this way. But do we feel, is there anything that can go into positive vibes? I'm serious. Like, when you're watching them at the end of games, missing free throws, because I swear, like, everyone in the crowd is like, oh, shit, hit this. Oh, sorry. Oh, hit this free throw.
Whoa.
You know? Like,
Yeah. Had to let you go. Sorry.
I got you.
That's
part of the game.
Yeah.
I got you.
No,
though.
you didn't mean it, but that's a violation.
Yeah. Hit us tomorrow. We were around.
Yeah. Because we get in trouble for that.
Yeah. But I think if he's going the way is positive vibes, it's kind of the confidence thing we talked about. And hopefully I'm not putting words in his mouth. Hopefully he'll, get his message across
Need
tomorrow.
to put a bar of soap in his mouth.
Yeah, well,
I'm kidding.
That dial, that old school Irish Spring.
Just give me the ivory, the pure ivory.
Yeah, that man used to smell bad.
What, really?
Yeah, man. What was the Lavender 2000 or what was that joint? Lever 2000. Yeah, there you go. Like, man, just, you know what? Upgrade yourself and go get you some body wash big time.
Irish Spring. Manly, yes, but I like it too. 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Buckle in. It's time for Check In with TC. What's up today, TC?
What's up with the homies, man?
Jay Crowder, what do you think?
Hey, y'all. Hey, look, Whitey, you know yourself from firsthand. Y'all know Ben was talking about Jay Crowder. Mm-hmm. To be honest with you, I'm ready to go get Robert Covington. Why not have both of them, bro? Yeah. That's super wing depth. We got Jay Crowder. We got a grinder now. We're not asking him to come in and average 20 a game and play 46 minutes. No, we asking him to come in and give us our gritty 10 minutes that you punking people, pushing people around and all that. That's what we missing, bro. We need a Jay Crowder. Honestly, Monty, go get Robert Covington too, bro. And we need both of them on the bench. That's all I got. Dudes just got to start hitting shots, bro. Simple as that. Monty knew his back was against the wall. He been hearing us call ways talking about money. You got to make a move, bro. Because we hold on, let me back up.
Yeah.
We congratulated him last couple years, right? Monty ain't doing nothing wrong. He doing everything. Well, bro, you ain't been making no moves, big dog, and Mike's been trying to talk to you about it. So he been hearing this, dog, and he signed Jay Crowder within the quickness. That's all I got, man. I love it.
TC. Yeah, Jay Crowder looks like he's primarily signed because Trey Lyles is hurt. But Jay Crowder, even last year with the Bucks, even last year at age 33, played in 50 games. He shot the three ball at 35%. The year before that, I know I mentioned this earlier. The year before that, he was only in 18 games, but he shot it at 44%. 2022, the 21-22 season, 35%. So This is a good three-point shooter.
He can shoot it.
Just need somebody. Somebody comes in and makes 35%. I mean, they're going to look like Steph Curry or something. Oh, it's like, Ray Allen is with us.
Yeah. It's a move that was out of necessity as we understood. It just came, the opposite way. Is we got the Jay Crowder news, and then I looked down at my phone and got the press release from the Kings of Trey Lyles being out and DeMar being out tomorrow, Trey Lyles being out 3 to 4 weeks, and then being reevaluated due to a grade 1 calf strain. Right. So I'm a Jay Crowder guy. I follow what TC talking about. I know Drapes is a Jay Crowder guy. I believe the legendary Jerry Reynolds, who we're getting ready to bring on, has a somewhat an affinity of what Jay Crowder can bring to this team.
Buckaroo.
And that's what this team needs. And if it's not, the one thing about it is, I continue to keep on saying it. If nothing else, if you can hit the standstill in the corner, wide open three, which the Kings aren't doing, and bring some type of dog intensity, attitude, toughness, monster, soldier, whatever you want to call them, to this team, I think we're already heading to the right direction.
We're headed towards Jerry Reynolds' direction. He joins us next. Drive Guys, Sacktown Sports.
Whitey here reminding you that not all grills are created equal. Give your family a real treat. Bring out all the flavors of the upcoming holidays with the amazing Napoleon Prestige line of outdoor cookers. Napoleon grills that features other grills can't match. They're built different, built better, built to last, complete with a lifetime warranty. All made with premium steel that boasts absolute quality. Just because it's November does not mean we can't barbecue outside. Visit California Backyard now for your best selection of grills and Napoleon Grills accessories.
Toyota's Black Friday sales event ends soon. Take advantage of the biggest savings of the year and gear up for adventure in a legendary Toyota truck.
Ready, set, let's go.
Get $2,000 cash back on Tundra and Tundra Hybrid, or lease a Tacoma 4x4 for as low as $269 a month. The clock is ticking on Toyota's Black Friday sales event. Don't miss out. Toyota, let's go places. Offer available through TFS to buyers with premium-ready credit ends 12/2/24.
At Makita, good enough is never enough. It's not just about the power and runtime of the tool. It's about the power and runtime of the pro. We obsess over fit, finish, and feel. Every detail, from coatings to contours, all to create tools that won't hold you back, so you can build more and never settle. If it's not right, don't put your name on it. Makita, available at the Home Depot.
Welcome back to another exciting game day. Grab your rally towels, throw on your jerseys, cheer, shout, and save on your gas. That's right, sports fans win big on home game days. Score instant savings of 25 cents per gallon on Shell V-Power Nitro Plus Premium Gasoline with the Fuel Rewards program. And that's a victory for you and your tailgate team. Download the app, join the Fuel Rewards program today, and game on. Restrictions apply. Limited time. And participating Shell stations. For more details, visit fuelrewards.com.
The holidays are always a great time to get together with family and friends, but nothing beats the thrill of Stockton Honda's deals. During Happy Honda Days, find the perfect ride in person or online. With over 400 new Hondas ready to go, now is the time to buy at Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
#1 claims based on 2023 total new and Honda certified pre-owned vehicle car sales from American Automotive Company sold on report.
Black Friday has officially landed at Fasteners Inc. Sacramento. The best deals of the year on power tools are happening now from November 25th through December 2nd. Get low-price Makita Bear tools starting at just $89, Makita batteries starting at only $49, and so much more. Don't miss out on your chance to grab the hottest power tool deals of the year. But hurry, these deals won't last forever. Visit us in person at 6701 Power Inn Road or shop online anytime at fastenersinc.net. Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. Better tools, better prices. Ready to make this Christmas unforgettable? Shop early and save at Prestigio Jewelers' biggest Black November sale ever. For over 30 years, Prestigio Jewelers has offered in-house financing and fine jewelry. Guaranteed credit approval between $400 and $10,000 with no money down options. Prestigio Jewelers. The perfect jewelry, the perfect price, helping you build perfect credit. With locations in Sacramento, Stockton, Merced, and Fresno. Or online at prestigiojewelers.com.
When it's cold and rainy outside, Bonnie is leading the way home. Right now, stay warm and cozy with a full furnace tune-up, just $59. Plumbing, sewer, electrical, heating, and air. Schedule an appointment today at Bonnie.com.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sacktown Sports.
ESPN is reporting that the Kings are close to signing free agent Jay Crowder. Just looking at when he was drafted, that would have been the 2012 NBA draft. Jay Crowder was taken out of Marquette with the 34th pick. The 35th pick was Draymond Green. The 39th pick was Chris Middleton. Kings that year, they had the 5th pick, and they picked Thomas Robinson. But we probably don't want to spend too much time.
Why are you bringing that stuff up?
Well, I'm just looking over that year who was drafted. You know,
Man, thankfully Jerry's here to clear that up for you, because ain't no reason we bringing up Thomas Robinson on this show today.
Well, he was just drafted the same year as Jay Crowder, that's all. But here he is, all-time Kings icon. the great Jerry Reynolds. Jerry, how are you today, sir?
Well, I was pretty good till you mentioned Thomas Robinson.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, I was going to say that was really a jolt to even those of us in the franchise, because Jeff I always thought had said he's going to take Lillard, and it was one of those deals. Everybody assumed that Robinson would go second that year. Believe it or not, that was all the pre-drafts, and he slipped, and he should have kept slipping.
What about Jay Crowder? I just remember you were nice enough to come on one of the shows I was doing at the time. Might have been with Mr. Kreidler. When Jay Crowder was part of that, I think he was part of the Kyrie Irving Cleveland trade. I remember you said, Jay Crowder is a tough buckaroo. At 34, is he still a tough buckaroo?
He is still a tough buckaroo. So I hit the highlights right there.
What do you think of the acquisition, assuming it goes through?
Well, I don't see any stopping the Kings now. Do you?
No.
No, I'm not going to lie to you. I mean, I think Jay Crowder. I was talking to the one and only Jay just a minute ago.
Yeah.
And 4 or 5 years ago, I felt pretty good about it, and he certainly can play. But to me, he dresses, and and I understand what they're doing is just if somebody to hopefully fill some gaps while Trey Lyles is hurt and other guys, but they need length.
Yeah.
Length and athleticism, and Jay doesn't provide that anymore. And in his prime, he really didn't. He provided real toughness and spot shooting and ability to fit in with star type players.
Legend, speak to that, because you've been in thousands, if not millions, feel like probably, and I might be speaking to your age here, many locker rooms. But how does a team, because I believe the Kings lack this, how does a team, if you don't have it naturally, build intensity, build aggressiveness, build toughness? Yeah, like how would you go about doing that?
Well, that's a great question. I think it's one of those things that's almost impossible to do. The only thing you can do, I think, is make them aware of the weakness and point it out. I mean, you're going to hurt some feelings, but you're not going to take soft guys and make them tough guys. You might take soft guys and make them kind of mediocre, to know that if I don't take this charge, somebody's going to hurt my feelings here. Mm-hmm. So. You're just not going to turn regular guy. You're not going to turn Trey Lyles into Charles Oakley, if you get my drift. Mm-hmm. It just isn't going to happen. So you can make teams more aware of it, and that's, and I agree that's a part of the problem. But I think that's kind of a small part. When you're losing, everybody feels like they're not tough enough or working hard enough, and just like I was listening to you guys talk about, they're just not getting out in transition enough. Well, no, if the other team's scoring every time, you're not going to.
Jerry Reynolds with us. Is it possible, Jerry, that this team just isn't as good at shooting the three ball as we thought they were?
Well, the early evidence would indicate that. We're almost 20 games into the season, and they have been really poor at it. And I don't know why. I'm like the coaches and fans, everybody, we're all saying there. It's like guys that have been good shooters right now aren't. And I don't know what to do about that. I mean, my only suggestion is try to shoot fewer of them and make sure they're more wide open if you can get those. But it's not working, and we know the basket it's the same for everybody because they're making theirs.
Yeah.
So by the way, is Imran still there? Is Rosie O'Donnell? Did he mention her in that movie?
That's a good question. He's left, but I will text him because I think that's a super question.
I was just kind of wondering. I didn't hear him mention her.
I didn't either. Yeah, you'd think that he would have mentioned her, but yeah, that's a good question. Jerry.
Joined by the legendary Jerry. He's legendary for a reason, man.
Yes.
Legend. I'm gonna throw another hypothetical, and I apologize if I'm putting you putting you on the spotlight. Is there anything that you could see positive coming from the bench as far as rotational wise? Do you see anything that the Kings can hang their hat on right now?
Not much. No, I'm one of those people that just not been a fan of the bench from preseason even.
Is it the players or the rotation, Legend?
Huh?
Is it the players or the rotation or a combination? What?
I really think it's the players. I'm not saying some of them be good NBA players at some point, but right now I just think they don't have enough talent on the bench. And, it's tough. That makes it tough on the coach because people say, well, he's playing his main guys too much. Well, his job is try to win games, and if you're bringing in players that you don't think can really perform at a high level, your chances are not better, they're worse. And so, I don't know how else to put it. I hate to be a Debbie Downer, but I think we got one of the worst benches in the league.
Yeah, to me, Jerry, and this is fans, not the players necessarily saying this, but some fans wonder, well, you need to play guys more. And to me, the way I see it, if I'm Mike Brown and a guy, whoever it is, he comes in and I play him for a while and he's not playing well, the last thing I want to do is play that guy more, right? Why do you think I'm going to play you more if when I play you, you don't play well?
Yeah, and the thing coaches have the advantage is they see him in practice.
Yeah.
And so it's not a total vacuum, and we every year, fans go through this. Why don't they play Yogi Ferrell more? Why don't they, play Duarte more, at some point? I mean, you have this every year, and certainly sometimes guys, it'll take a few years and guys will turn into players. I mean, Keon Ellis is an example. But right now, if you're really trying to win games and way the West is, it's a real. I mean, you've got to feel like you got to put your best players on the floor. Now, I'm certainly one of those who've been a little bit critical of his starting lineup and some of his rotations, things like that. But which I think maybe could be a little better going forward. But it's real. Conundrum, I think, just the talent level. And like I say, they didn't, in my mind, nothing wrong with DeRozan. He's terrific. He's a bucket getter. He's who he's always been. But in my mind, they needed length at the wings or another a power guy. I always say like a John Collins or a Derek. Derek Jones Jr. Those are a couple of guys that you just knew would fit in and make the team better, at least in my mind.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I'm with you, Legend. It's interesting. Speaking of the starting lineup, we saw a move last night. Of course, Keon jumping in there for Kevin Huerter. As someone who's been in those positions, how long do you go with Keon versus – do you switch back or, is this permanent? Is this for the rest of the season? How do you see it?
Well, I think probably most coaches would say it's a 5 or 10 game situation. I mean, it's Keon's job to lose. I think myself, along with, a lot of fans, not everybody, of course, but I kind of felt that's the way they should have started the season. And it might have even improved the bench. I think with Kevin, it was a good bench player in Atlanta, by the way. And he came in, and I think with this team, his best role might be playing more at small forward. He's tall enough and long enough. He's not strong enough, but I think defensively he would do better there than against a lot of the guards. And so, and then, once he gets back to being the player that he's been for years or close to it, he and Monk, all of a sudden, then you got some firepower off your bench. A little more anyway.
Yeah, maybe I'm not seeing this right, Jer, but when I watch the Kings play half-court defense, to me, they're so focused on protecting the paint, where if the ball's on one side of the floor, the weak side defenders are coming so far over to protect the paint that they're not staying connected with the
perimeter guys that they're supposed to be guarding, ball gets reversed, the other team sprays, and then you got wide open shots, and it's really difficult for those guys to get from the paint back out to the three-point line to contest. So I don't know if that's what's going on. That's what it looks like to me. My question is, why are they getting absolutely destroyed by other teams at the three-point line?
Well, yeah, I think your point's a good one. I mean, I think I see the same thing as guys helping back when they really don't need to be, number one. I've always said if you do help, you always have to help with the idea you can get back to the shooter.
Right.
Well, clearly they're not getting back to the shooter.
No chance, yeah.
And often I don't know that they're even helping. And along that line, I think, this is just my opinion, of course, but they're trapping out high too much, and it's tough in the NBA to do that because guys are too good.
Yeah.
And they'll break the trap, and now everybody is, basically they're getting the guy penetrating to the hoop, everybody's helping on him, and then the little kickouts, which really gets the rotations spinning.
It becomes 4-on-3, right? You break that
4-on-3, and if they either got an open shot or one pass, and they will get an open shot, and so it just seems to me like hate to sound like this is an old school thing, but at some point maybe just try not to switch as much, trap as much, and stay on your man. And I know this is one of those things. This team is small, and you get scored on, but I'm not sure it'd be any easier than it's currently happening.
Joined by the legendary Jared Reynolds. Legend, help me out here because I'm the type of guy to trust my eyes, but your eyes, as far as basketball, is a lot better than me. I have no clue what the identity of this team is, offensively or defensively. Can you help me out with that?
No, I can't. I wish I could. My eyes are getting a little cloudy, as it were. But the thing that strikes me, and you guys I'm sure noticed it, but it's like a couple of years ago, this team would get scored on, and they'd score on the other team
quickly
within about 5 seconds. When's the last time we saw that?
Last time I was watching video of them 2 years ago.
Yeah. I mean, I that's what I just am. I mean, I'm flabbergasted, and on that is because I thought certainly like a lot of people, I'm sure the coaches and front office had getting DeRozan, and I'm not blaming him. He is who he is. He's really good, but for whatever reason, this team was supposed to be a lot better offensively, and as we've seen here recently, that there's periods where they have a tough time even getting good shots.
Yeah.
And so I guess all I'm saying, I don't understand it. I mean, that was the idea of, well, the Kings are good offensively, and now they'll be a lot better, and clearly they're not. And DeRozan has done really good,
right?
Individually. If so, that's I don't know. I mean, I think there's certainly some tweaks and things they can do, but this team as constructed, I think the starters really have to play well every night. And, that first half last night was a terrific half. And, at least I did, I said, boy, we're in for a real game here with really maybe second or third best team in the league. And we weren't.
Right.
The game ended in the third quarter.
Jerry, if you were the GM, I'm not going to mention any specific names because we don't even know who'd be out there, but looking at this team, how willing would you be to maybe trade some of your draft assets going forward to get help this year? And we know, part of this is the assumption that, if you want to get somebody who's really good in the NBA now, it costs you 2 or 3 first-round picks. Would you be willing to entertain that for a player you thought could help you? Because the way I'm looking at it now, I'm starting to think they need to hang on to their draft picks. How about you?
Well, I'd hate to give up any firsts. And so what can you do if you don't? I mean, obviously, other than trading assets you have, and there again, that is not quite as good as once was, type thing. So, they're in a tough spot. I mean, I think that if they could find I thought, it's like just for instance, some guys that were sort of available, like the Derek Jones Juniors, Dyson Daniels, guys like that. There's always some guys out there, one or two or three, that are kind of undervalued but ready to jump into being players. And right now, that's, I think, where Monty and his staff have got to find one or two of those guys that might not be getting time on some of the better teams, but that given the right opportunity could really help somebody. And I think when you look at a team like Oklahoma City, that's what they've done over the years. The Lou Dorts and Isaiah Joes, and they were there for anybody.
Yeah.
Man, it's tough too. It's right. It's spot on. Yeah. I think you're spot on, legend. How about this one? Let me shoot this. I know I'm firing today, man. So, don't blame you. I'm trying to ask some solid questions in the form of like, we're looking for answers as Kings fans. But if at this rate, at this pace, how do you see that? And I believe a move will be made. I'm knocking on wood back here in the form. I'm hoping a move is going to be made. But at this rate, where do you see this team, come All-Star break?
Yeah, right now, I mean, here's the thing that scares me. It's brought me to a two-beer night, actually, which is my limit. But, they're 4-6 at home.
Yeah.
Yeah, to have any chance at the upper echelon of the playoffs, they got to win 30 probably at home. Well, you can see now that's
tough to do.
That is more than uphill. And so, yeah, I think without help, I think it's going to be tough for this team to be certainly. I think it'd be tough to make the top 8 as they are. Just looking at the rest of the West. Now, the good news, and there is some good news. There's no a bunch of super teams. Some of the best teams, the Dallases and Minnesotas and Denvers are struggling like the Kings. Maybe not as much. Certainly Oklahoma City, and now we're seeing Golden State probably getting some reality hitting them. So you've got a lot of either good teams or potentially good teams, and then some rising teams like Houston and San Antonio, I would say, that are significantly better than last year. So if they could get this ship right, I mean, they still could, I think, in pretty good shape, because other than Oklahoma City, in my mind, I'm not sure who you just say is a notch above.
Well, Jerry, we can't tell you how much we appreciate having you on. We're very grateful with Thanksgiving upon us. Grateful to have you on every week. So thanks, and have yourself a wonderful holiday, and we'll get back at it next week, sir.
Well, thank you guys. Enjoy it, and I will have a good holiday if the Kings beat Minnesota. Otherwise, I don't know.
Do you know if Rosie O'Donnell's going to be at the game or not?
I've heard she is.
Okay.
I've heard her. I think Imran's going up there and be with her. I think they're going to have a double date or something. Maybe.
All right. I'll find out. Thank you, Jer. We'll talk.
Okay. See you guys.
Wow. It's like some of your questions, like, yeah, it's a good question.
No answer.
No idea.
Woo. Yeah. I think he is a microcosm of the King's kingdom. We don't have a lot of answers right now.
And he's, like you say, we're fans. We try to, be objective about it. That's Jerry. He's loves the Kings.
Yeah.
Loves the Kings. But he's not going to sugarcoat things.
No, and there's no need to. I think, and the toughest part too, and as a fan of not only the Kings but other teams and players, when you start to sugarcoat stuff, and I can see that's not what it is that's where the frustration really, kicks in at a higher level, and it's like, you know what, man, I'm out. I'm completely out, and that's where you start to have, some other considerations.
Yeah, Jared, of course, a former Kings coach. We'll tell you about a former Kings coach who went off on his team for their lack of effort when we come back to Sacktown Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Bonnie.
I'm meteorologist Heather Waldman in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. A cool and dry start to Tuesday. We'll watch for some areas of fog across the valley. Afternoon, we'll see plenty of sunshine with highs in the upper 50s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA News and the KCRA app.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up, Oscar!
How was your drive to school?
Let me tell you, I had to get my iced coffee first. I just can't seem to put it down. My favorite rapper just announced a tour. My phone was buzzing like crazy. I'm so excited. I had to text all my friends right then to talk about it. Then someone started calling me and...
Let's try that again.
I turned my phone off right away. I never drive distracted.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
It's Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room. And guess what? Primetime football is back. Capital Casino is giving away $500 per game in high hand bonuses for every Sunday, Monday, and Thursday night primetime game. As always, offering the best food, the best service, and the best action with the most variety of games in the region, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. So check them out, Capital Casino, and always remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Get year-end pricing during Happy Honda Days at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop for great pricing on our entire selection of new CRVs, HRVs, Ridgeline Civics, and Accords. Plus, with low finance and lease options, now's the time to buy. Hurry in and save during Happy Honda Days at Folsom Lake Honda, or go to folsomlakehonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
What sets Ashton & Price apart from other injury law firms? I'll tell you. From beginning to end, all important legal decisions are made directly between our clients and their experienced local attorney. A gate agent flying the plane, the receptionist performing surgery, not a chance. There's simply no substitute for the unique power of the direct attorney-client relationship offered by Ashton & Price. And there's never a fee until we win, and between you and me, we win a lot.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
It's the week of Thanksgiving, so you're a little busy. Here's something you can check off your list. Holiday shopping at Macy's. Because Black Friday is happening right now. You don't have to wait until Friday to get the season's best savings on the best gifts. You don't even have to wait until the end of this message. Head over to Macy's now and save big. If you go to Macy's.com, you can get your gifts shipped for free when you spend $25 or more. That's one less thing on your to-do list. Exclusions apply. See Macy's.com for details.
Black Friday doorbusters mean big savings at Lowe's. It's your chance to score a Blackstone 22-inch 2-burner gas griddle for just $149. That's a savings of $80. And save $800 on a Whirlpool side-by-side stainless steel refrigerator. Was $16.99, now just $8.99. Set your alarm. These deals won't last long, so don't wait to start saving before they're gone. Because Lowe's knows deals. Valid 11/29 through 12/2. While supplies last. Selection varies by location.
This Thanksgiving, Paramount Plus serves up a must-see NFL and CBS divisional matchup when Jared Goff and the high-flying Detroit Lions host top draft pick Caleb Williams and the Chicago Bears. It all kicks off Thursday at 12:30 Eastern with the NFL on CBS, streaming live on Paramount Plus.
The holidays are here at the Home Depot. If you're working on getting ready for company,
a lot of company,
make sure you're ready with Black Friday savings. Get up to 40% off select appliances plus up to an extra $1,000 off select kitchen appliances. Upgrade your kitchen with top brands like GE Profile and get sleek cutting-edge appliances to make sure you've
got hosting handled.
Yeah, you do. Get Black Friday savings now with free delivery and financing on select appliances this holiday at the Home Depot. Offer valid November 6th through December 4th. U.S. only. See store online for details.
Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Finally, an easy way to find home improvement contractors. Just visit subcontractorsunited.com and simplify your search for home services professionals. From cabinets to windows, roofing to plumbing, Subcontractors United is an easy, simple way to find and hire a home improvement contractor. And you never have to give up personal information. So no harassing phone calls like you get from those other websites. Subcontractorsunited.com is sponsored by D&D Cabinets and Savage Design.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland. Chad, what's going on for Jeep Adventure Days now that Black Friday's here?
Get your hands on one of America's favorite SUVs with savings up to $17,000 off MSRP or 0% financing for 72 months on all remaining new 2024 Jeep Grand Cherokee 4xEs. You pick.
Wow, and those new Grand Cherokees are really nice.
Yeah, they are. But remember, the savings isn't just on new Jeeps. We have over 200 quality used cars available and over 40 under $20,000.
Search, select, and save through their whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
$17,000 total net savings on select new 2024 Jeep Grand Cherokee 4xE after $4,750 dealer discount and $12,250 factory and federal rebates. Rebates include $500 first responder bonus cash for eligible first responders and $3,750 federal EV tax credit, subject to change. 0% APR for 72 months. The option is available as a standalone offer and cannot be combined with other incentives. Must have 700 plus FICO score to qualify through SFS. $1,389 per thousand borrowed. 5 of this net savings. See dealer for details. Sample VIN 684-904.
Welcome back to another exciting game day. Grab your rally towels, throw on your jerseys, cheer, shout, and save on your gas. That's right. Sports fans win big on home game days. Score instant savings of 25 cents per gallon on Shell V-Power Nitro Plus Premium Gasoline with the Fuel Rewards program. And that's a victory for you and your tailgate team. Download the app, join the Fuel Rewards program today, and game on. Restrictions apply. Limited time. At participating Shell stations. For more details, visit fuelrewards.com.
It's Black Friday build-up at Lowe's. Stack up the savings with deals all month. Get up to 50% off select major appliances. Plus, take an additional 10% off when you buy select major appliances. And don't wait to save on string lights, starting at just $298 for 100 count. Shop these deals in-store or online now, because Lowe's knows deals. Appliances valid 11/6 to 12/4. Cannot be combined with additional discounts. See Lowe's.com for details and qualifying items. String lights valid 11/21 to 12/4 while supplies last.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges where you just check in and chill out. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Whitey here reminding you that not all grills are created equal. Give your family a real treat. Bring out all the flavors of the upcoming holidays with the amazing Napoleon Prestige line of outdoor cookers. Napoleon grills that features other grills can't match. They're built different, built better, built to last, complete with a lifetime warranty. All made with premium steel that boasts absolute quality. Just because it's November does not mean we can't barbecue outside. Visit California Backyard now for your best selection of grills and Napoleon Grills accessories.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports, 1140. Live and local, it's the Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
You know, for better or worse, basketball courts have come a long ways. We're seeing the new Emirates Cup tournament courts this year. And I'm not crazy about them. I know the one in LA Friday was, it's blue, that's a nice color, but it was surprisingly busy and there was too much going on. It was kind of hard to watch. But I mention this because right now we have the Maui Invitational on, and they have in the key, I think those are like, what's the plural of hibiscus? Hibiscuses? The Hawaiian flowers. They have some kind of flowers in there. It's kind of nice. You know what I want, Jay, someday?
What you got, brother?
Court, especially for an NBA game. Give me an aquarium with fish swimming underneath.
I
you have the aquarium, and then you have, glass over it.
Right.
Yeah, but then that's what you see watching on TV. You see the little fish swimming around. That aquarium.
You'd see so wait a minute.
The painted area would be actual aquariums with actual fish swimming underneath the glass/court.
Ooh, that'd be dangerous because the glass, like how many players would want to play on the glass?
I'm sure there's some kind of surface we can put over the court that's clear, but is still basically as safe as whatever it is they're playing on now, the laminate or whatever. I'm telling you, we'll work on it.
I like it.
Yeah, I think it can work. I don't know.
You'd kind of have to do let's see, like who's a sea, like Monterey.
Yeah.
Right? Like they're the sea otters or whatever. You would have to infuse that into, their floor or something like that.
Yeah.
That'd be nice.
It would be. I think it would be.
Banana slug or something in there. Yeah.
The Marlins used to have an aquarium behind home plate.
Yes, they did.
And I don't know why it went away. I don't know if someone ever finally.
Yeah, I don't really remember, but I liked it.
They probably had fish dining there, and then people are like, hot dogs. Like, I don't want a hot dog. Bunch of fish floating in your aquarium.
African cichlid dead in there.
Exactly. Those things are very aggressive and they're very territorial.
Well, we might need them for the Kings.
Yeah. Just an idea I had.
I like that, though. No, I like that.
Someday we will see it if I have anything to do with it. We are going to see Jay Crowder perhaps as early as tomorrow as a Sacramento King. It would appear, with reports emerging today, that the Kings are close to signing him. And if we're hearing reports that it's close, it's probably going to happen. And if you've been with us a while, you might have gone through this yourself. Initially, we were excited that the Kings were doing something. By the way, make a note of the fact that Jerry Reynolds is not overly excited about Jake.
He's out now. Look.
Yeah. He's a tough buckaroo, right, Jerry? He said, yes, that's about it.
Yeah.
So fair enough.
And that's what they need in certain forms. They need a lot more than that, but I think that's part of the piece. And he may be part of the, puzzle that is needed.
Yeah. But we found out that they are bringing Jay Crowder in, apparently, because Trey Lyles has a calf strain, so he's going to be out. So it wasn't, we need to upgrade the bench. It was, we need somebody to, who can play 4, who can come off the bench. And then we also found out that DeMar DeRozan's back is still bothering him, even though he had a really nice game last night. He tailed off quite a bit in the second half, and he's out tomorrow night. So, and he's day-to-day beyond that with a back injury. So, the Kings are up against it right now.
Yeah, they are. And, the toughest part of it all is, the season started on a high level because of DeMar DeRozan being here, right? And then first couple of games, it's like, okay, we're off on a slow foot, but then they bounce back a little bit, and the ebbs and flows, the ups and downs of a season, and we know how it is. We live and die by every win/loss. The Kings definitely have to do something, and hence why I asked Jerry Reynolds, if they don't do anything, because we've seen this team, we've seen Monty, we've seen Wes, we've seen, Paul Johnson, we've seen guys down there at the G1C who's part of the front office, maneuver and move at their own pace. And that's what they can do when, they hold those positions. But there's a lot of fans who aren't trying to hear that right now.
Right. And as Jerry said, a lot of people are very concerned about the fact that the Kings right now, they don't have much of a home court advantage. They're losing,
and they haven't, though. They haven't even 2 years ago,
right?
As you call it, the Beam team won. They didn't have a home court advantage.
They won. They might have won. I was just looking it up here. I didn't find it fast enough. They won maybe 26 games at home, and then the next year, last year, there was a lot of talk. I remember talking to Jordy on the radio about how, we've got to take advantage of playing at home.
Yep.
They want, I think, one more game than that last year. And this year, obviously, they're upside down. They're losing.
4-6.
Yeah. So that's concerning.
But they haven't been a good home team in a long time. So should be nothing of surprise. I understand the expectations, and we hear it all the time. Henry Turner talks about it quite a bit. You got to protect your home court, but they haven't been protecting their home court for a while. Like, they haven't been dominant at home. How many times over the last handful of seasons, even going back before Mike Brown, and I'm not even the person to do this, they just haven't been that great at home anyway.
Right. But a good team is supposed to be tough at home.
Agreed. But I think, Whitey, and this is the toughest part, and this comes the realization of what this team is. And I think we're starting to get a dose of that. By all means, this team has plenty of time. 18 games into the season, they have plenty of time to turn it around. By all means, they have plenty of time to add, subtract, maneuver, move things left to right, up and down, north, south, however you want to operate. There's plenty of time. But there are times throughout the season where, as fans and as an onlooker of the game, we have to start to take things into consideration. This team is not a finished product, but albeit they're not what I think Kings fans came into the season believing they are too.
Yeah,
so we got to be real with ourselves too at some point.
I think that's one of the reasons fans are so down on Mike Brown. And I know that there's plenty of blame for everybody. Mike Brown hasn't been perfect, but I think some fans get so angry at him because my view of it is that fans look at the roster and say, this is a really good roster. This is better than the team they had last year or the year before that. They've got DeMar DeRozan. They're not winning nearly as much. Therefore, it must be the coach. And I think that's flawed logic. And again, I'm not saying Mike Brown is without fault. Not saying that. But right now, this roster, stem to stern, top to bottom, it's not a great roster.
No, and if you want to add in the fact of we have seen Keegan, Kevin, Trey Lyles, we've seen guys play at a higher level than what they're playing in. And so you're not even getting the full maximum strength that you possibly could, when it comes to what we've come accustomed to, with some of these players.
Last night, a former coach of the Kings went off on his team. The Nuggets lost to the Knicks 145-118. So the Nuggets are 9-7. They fell to 5-4 at home. And Michael Malone said 16 games in, we're talking about effort.
Right.
We're talking about toughness. We're talking about physicality, regardless of who's in, who's out. Who do we want to be as a team? So leadership would be great. Toughness would be great. Physicality would be great. Playing like you actually care would be great. We didn't do that tonight,
right.
End quote. And I think there are some Kings fans who would like to hear their coach say that after the game. Jay assures us that fans may not be hearing it, but players are, from Mike Brown.
Yeah. They've heard it in the locker room for sure, but I'm with them. Perception is reality also. So I'm not opposed to anybody shaking the tree. Now, I'm not saying that, but I do think, the Kings go about it in a different way. I think Mike Brown goes at it a different way. And, Mike, as we've seen, he can get demonstrative when he wants to. We just saw it a couple nights ago with the referees, right? We've seen him pull out a laptop and get busy. So it's not like he hasn't done those things, but I'm all for the rah-rah situation. If that's how you can fire up your squad and your squad responds to it. I think the tough part right now is what for me as a fan is baffling. I don't know what this team responds to, because it's kind of like you go at them in one form, you go at them in one way, and then it's like, oh no, let's stop being too hard on them. And then you baby them, you get soft with them, and then they don't respond on that. So I'm struggling as a fan of how you even approach this.
It seemed to me that his first year here, when he was coach of the year, and he should have been, that he was more like from another organization where they had won, showing this team, this is how you win, guys. And now I don't sense the same dynamic. It's more like, this is what I want you guys to do, and you're not doing it. Whereas before, I remember he said, again, Beam Team won, as TC says. I remember him saying they won a game, I think it was against the Nets, and he said, it was a gritty win. And he said, can you believe that? This team gritty? It's like he was like talking down to him a little bit. It's like, this team doesn't know. They're not gritty. I'm going to teach him to be gritty. He never does that anymore. Now it's at least publicly, maybe privately, but publicly it's more like, we got to find a way to do this. We got to find a way not to turn the ball over. We got to find a way. We're not getting out on the shooters. And the whole dynamic, to me, it's changed a little bit.
Do you think it's one of those things where he's implemented and he's pushed these buttons for so long where he's like, listen, they know it.
Maybe
and
so.
maybe I'm
Yeah,
tired of saying the same thing.
He obviously knows his team a lot better than I know his team. Yeah.
Could be that.
Yeah.
Or
maybe that act runs thin if you're like, well, this is the way to do it, guys. This is the way I did it in Golden State. Maybe you can't do that year after year.
True.
It certainly worked first year, but I get it. You can't keep playing that same tune, maybe.
Yeah, it may be. I'm not 100% sure. And that's why I say when I really stop and think and I look at it, there are some things with this team that I'm searching for. So I can only imagine what Coach Brown and the rest of the coaching staff is looking for. And I'm not also saying by all means before somebody kicks in the gear and says, Jay, you're letting them off the hook. I'm not letting them off the hook. I'm also saying, just what Jerry Reynolds is saying. I'm confused with some of the coaching decisions as well.
Mm-hmm. It just, I tend to take a coach's side and certainly this coach's side when it comes to that whole debate about playing guys or, playing them more or, well, they're not playing well because you don't play them enough. But it just seems like he comments a lot about how they're not doing the things that he's trying to get them to do. That doesn't seem like that's the way it's supposed to work. You know what I mean?
From the standpoint of
we're trying to run more. We need to run more. We need to get out. They're not closing out on shooters. We're not closing out quarters. We're not bringing the effort early. They're not doing the things that coach is trying to get them to do consistently.
So let me ask you as a fan, and I'm asking you as a expert here, I guess. Is that more on the coach or more on the team or a combination of both?
Well, not
where are you seeing it from?
It's probably some combination, but I think in a way his hands are tied because I think he would like some different players. And I think in a way he's talking to the front office like these guys aren't doing the things that I need them to do. So not so much like, oh, come on, guys. It's like, get me other players. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think that's part of the message he's trying to send.
Yeah. It must be, man. It's gotta be frustrating. And I'll just use my daughter. There are things, and I get it. She's 14 years old. There are things that you could tell her 100 times, and it takes her 101 times to hear it for it finally to snap. There are things I could tell her one time, and she's doing it like a virtuoso. I get it.
Yeah.
But it's highly frustrating when you constantly say the same thing and it's not getting through.
Right.
And as a parent, I have to try to figure out, how do I reach my daughter in what I'm asking for, at that moment. And so I see some of that frustration in Coach Brown. You definitely see it. But the difference is, and this is the coldest part of it all is, I can't trade my daughter. Right. So I'm stuck with that player.
You ever would.
Right. Absolutely. I wouldn't, but I can't. And so it's interesting where you hear that point of, man, I think Mike is screaming to the people up top, hey, I need some different players. I need, some different family members. I need some other different artillery to bring to the fight.
Yeah.
It's interesting because, you've been saying that for the last year or so. Like he's coming to the table asking for some things and things haven't been, done. So then is that on Monty?
I think most of it is.
So right now, this team being 8-10, if we're doing the blame pie, here go Kyle Draper in me.
Yeah.
Alex
Styles did that today.
Oh, wow. Okay. That's probably not, two guys right there. I'm not sure I want to be affiliate. No, I'm just playing. Is it more on Monty right now?
To me, it is.
Okay.
But again, there's, everybody gets a piece of that pie.
Yeah, of course.
So it's not like anybody
Thanksgiving,
is like,
baby.
Mike Brown you can't blame him for anything. I'm not saying that, but
to
me, this roster had flaws. The calculation was bring in DeMar DeRozan, didn't maybe address directly some of those flaws, but they're going to be good enough where they will paper over those shortcomings, and they haven't. So that's on the guy that put the roster together. Still has an opportunity, and maybe I'm wrong, but that's the way I see it. And even if I am right, which I think I am, he still has an opportunity to address that. When we come back, Malik says it's message time for the Kings. It's next here with Drive Guys on Sacktown Sports.
Get year-end pricing during Happy Holidays at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop for great pricing on our entire selection of new CRVs, HRVs, Ridgeline Civics, and Accords. Plus, with low finance and lease options, now's the time to buy. Hurry in and save during Happy Honda Days at Folsom Lake Honda, or go to folsomlakehonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Whitey here for National Garage Door. Big day today. We got our new garage door from National Garage Door. Daniel came out, did a great job getting rid of the old one, taking it down expertly, quickly, putting up the new one from National Garage Door. And they're family owned and operated. I've known the family a while. They've been around since 1974 because service is their number one priority. They've got styles, prices, and the quality of the new doors. It's been a long time since I don't know if we'd ever gotten a new garage door. So when you see what's available now with the options, not just the designs, but some of the electronics for these things, it's pretty incredible. And our old garage door was like, it's not supposed to sound like that, apparently. So actually, Kevin from National Garage Door came out and said, we could probably patch that up, but we decided to go with a new one, and we're very glad that we did. And I was sharing with Jay earlier, we even named our brand new garage door, which we got today, Garage EP Henson, because that's how fond of it we are. So if you have garage door needs, and you may have garage door needs that you don't even think about, that's where we were. If the old one's coming apart, you're looking to improve your curb appeal, let National Garage Door come through for you in the clutch. They can be your closer and your opener too, of course. 638-4554, National Garage Door.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up, Oscar!
I occasionally have nerve discomfort in my hands, so the things I love to do
Let's play something, Grandma.
became difficult as I got older.
If you have occasional stabbing and burning in your hands and feet, try Nervive Nerve Relief. Nervive's clinically studied dose of alpha-lipoic acid reduces occasional nerve discomfort in as little as 7 days with continued daily use. Say yes to healthy nerves with Nervive Nerve Relief.
These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Your afternoon home for Kings Talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sacktown Sports.
I actually feel like I've accomplished something. The great Tony Ray Harvey with us in the chateau today. And he says, I knew you'd get there, Kevin. Monty McNair is the guy to be questioned. So, when Tony agrees with me, Jay, I feel like I must have done something right. So thanks, Tone. Yeah, good to see him last night. We've been talking about the blame pie a little bit, and I know that Alan Stiles talked about it today, so I'm not trying to steal his thunder. But before we get to Malik and the message he says he and some of the leaders of the team need to share with the Kings, pie question for you, Jay. Where are you with Thanksgiving around the corner on pumpkin pie? Are you a big pumpkin pie guy?
Hell no.
Thank you. Thank you.
Pumpkin pie, man. Keep them seeds on that table, man. That ain't got nothing to do for me.
Overrated.
Super overrated.
Yeah. I mean, it's fine. It's fine. But there are many better pies. If you're going to eat pumpkin pie, why? Well, that's what we do on Thanksgiving. Is that really a good reason? There's better pies out there. You're cheating yourself. There's that song, Sleigh Ride. And in the song, it says, there's a special feeling nothing that the world can buy when they pass around the coffee and the pumpkin pie. they act like they're passing crack around or something. You know, it's like, that's not that special of a feeling, is it?
Nah.
Coffee and pumpkin pie, anybody? You know, I'm asking Jay, what else you got? You got anything else besides pumpkin pie? Thank you. I was just wondering about it.
Nah,
it's fine. It's fine.
See, stay on.
It's vastly overrated in my opinion.
Yeah, one thing I've learned about food, music, politics, culture, there's a lot of things we could put in there. To each stay on. You know, if you like the pumpkin, then go ahead and get your pumpkin.
Now you said something about the seeds. If you got seeds in your pumpkin pie, I don't think you're doing it right.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm just, I hope, yeah. But I'm not. I wouldn't know. I'm not an aficionado of pumpkin pie.
Okay.
So I wouldn't know, how it comes.
All right.
But yeah.
You put it with some whipped cream on there. It's like,
okay.
Yeah. But again, it's like, do you have any other pie?
Yeah, absolutely.
You don't? All right. Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah.
Pumpkin pie's got to be bottom 10.
Break me off a slide.
Maybe bottom 20.
Mm-hmm.
I know there's that many pie, like banana cream. There's just too many in front of pumpkin pie.
Yes.
What's your go-to? Are you the obligatory apple?
Apple's fine.
Okay.
Cherry pie, I think, is underrated. Chocolate cream pie is one that I have never been known to turn down.
Okay. I'm not the biggest chocolate person
Mm-hmm.
when it comes to food and ice cream, but I do enjoy chocolate cream pie. I'm a banana cream pie guy.
Yes, very good. Very good.
Especially if your crust is on point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm about that.
They used to make, I don't know if they still do, I think it was Banquet made these frozen banana cream pies and chocolate cream pies, and Mom would get them, put them in the freezer. I'm like, it's time to have some pie. Just
really
eat a whole thing.
Banquet, like who cooks the chicken and stuff out the box?
I believe it was them.
What?
I don't know if they have them anymore, but they were good.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
Okay.
Don't mean to offend anybody who loves pumpkin pie.
I do. I don't care. I mean, I'll stand on it.
I don't want to
You should change your taste buds.
I just think it's kind of an overrated pie.
No, again, I'm just playing around. Hey, listen, to each their own.
Yeah.
As I said, if that's what you enjoy, 'tis the season to enjoy what you love.
That's right. That's right. Just don't try to force on me the notion that pumpkin pie is the only pie you could have at Thanksgiving.
You're standing on it. I see you.
That's good. If you want to do it, I don't have to do it. Is there any other pie available? Maybe you have
any kind.
Kit Kats or something.
You take Kit Kats over that pumpkin pie?
I think
Me too. I would too. I'm not.
Yes.
You can give me plain Jane vanilla ice cream over
Exactly.
pumpkin pie.
Vanilla ice cream,
Yeah.
pumpkin pie, blowout, ball game. It's over.
Are you even bringing pumpkin pie up to the Gleason lips? Are you even?
Oh, there will be some there.
Okay,
I may have some, but vanilla ice cream and pumpkin pie, that's
Yeah.
like 145 to 118. Like the Knicks and the Nuggets last night. Oh,
You ain't messing with it. There's nothing there, huh?
it's just overrated.
Yeah.
It's fine, but come on. Malik Monk last night in the Kings locker room was talking to a gaggle of reporters. Sean Cunningham, I believe, is the one who tweeted this. Malik says it's time for he and Domas and DeMarta and De'Aaron to address the team in Minnesota.
I feel like we got a veteran team now with a few young guys, so we know how to turn it around. Domas gonna say a few things. I'm gonna say a few things. Fox will say a few things. And DeMar say a few things. So we gotta turn it around quick though.
Yeah, what's he going to say based on what else he said last night? And Malik was, he was saying we got to turn things around, but he also says he's not worried. He talked about how they've been getting off to bad starts, which they didn't do last night. So I don't know. To me, I'm not sure how far the talk goes at this point. Has to be done. And, they had that famous team meeting last year, which seemed to help. So I'm not saying it can't hurt, but I mean, what do you say to this team? Is it really been is it a matter of effort? Is it a matter of focus? What's going on with this team that a team meeting or the veteran speaking could actually help?
Get it together. It's a kick in the butt. It's a
lock in.
Lock in. It's just kind of like what Michael Malone is saying to his team. But I think Malik is saying, the veterans, as he talked about it. And then he went on to say real briefly after that, he was like, yeah, it happened tomorrow before Minnesota. And Sean just kind of cobbled it all together. But,
right.
I think Malik is saying, listen, as a captain, as a veteran, as a leader of this team, I think he is the rah-rah guy for the Sacramento Kings. I think he's shown and proven that. I've seen that on and off the court. I've seen that in person, in front of everybody and behind closed doors. So I think he's just saying that as the captain of, the rah-rah guy on this team is saying, listen, it's time to step on the gas pedal. We got to get it together. We 18 games, almost 20, and we need to produce something a little different than what we've been doing.
Mm-hmm. What if your guy Doug said, Jay, you're very fiery, emotional, want you to address the team?
Yeah.
What would your message be? And how about you? 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. If you could address this team right now, if they wanted you to, hey, give us a message. What would you say to them? That's next year with the Drive Guys on Sacktown Sports.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for American Energy Heating and Air with a question. Have you recently had a technician diagnose your HVAC system and you were a bit surprised at how much it cost? Or did something seem off about their quote? Because at American Energy, they take pride in giving you honest, straightforward solutions to get that system up and running. Have their qualified technicians come out and give you a free second opinion. It's free. You got nothing to lose but some dollars off of that original quote. They're making the uncomfortable comfortable. They've been doing it since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. That's why they keep having customers coming back for more and more and more. You can call them and set that appointment at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Carmichael Dave with a simple question. What are you thankful for this year? So many things to consider, but one thing we can all agree on is a well-running vehicle to get you where you need to go each and every day. Jiffy Lube would like to say thank you to all their customers this November. Whether a weekend road trip to Lake Tahoe or your daily commute to work, Jiffy Lube has you covered. Serving the greater Sacramento area since 1984. Visit jiffylube.com today to find a location near you, generous oil change coupons, and more. Happy Thanksgiving and holiday driving from Jiffy Lube.
Welcome back to another exciting game day. Grab your rally towels, throw on your jerseys, cheer, shout, and save on your gas. That's right. Sports fans win big on home game days. Score instant savings of 25 cents per gallon on Shell V-Power Nitro Plus Premium Gasoline with the Fuel Rewards program. And that's a victory for you and your tailgate team. Download the app, join the Fuel Rewards program today, and game on. Restrictions apply. Limited time. And participating Shell stations. For more details, visit fuelrewards.com.
Toyota's Black Friday sales event ends soon. Maximize your fuel efficiency and experience legendary Toyota dependability with the widest selection of hybrids to choose from.
Ready, set, let's go.
Shop 16 hybrid models, cars, trucks, and SUVs from the most reliable brand on the road.
Ready, set, let's go.
The clock is ticking on Toyota's Black Friday sales event. Hurry in. Don't miss out. Toyota. Let's go places.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's your boy Drapes, Kyle Draper from Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. And now that the holidays are here, there is no better time than right now to head down to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. The Mercedes-Benz Holiday Love Celebration is back from now through January 2nd. You may say, Kyle, what is the Holiday Love Celebration? Well, let me tell you. At Mercedes-Benz of Stockton, you can discover exceptional offers on a new Mercedes-Benz, like the 2025 GLC 300 SUV. It's just $559 a month for 36 months. They also have a full lineup of SUVs, vans, electric vehicles, and of course, certified pre-owned vehicles with rates as low as 2.99% APR up to 72 months on select vehicles. Mercedes-Benz of Stockton believes in the true Mercedes car buying experience. So make the short drive down I-5 to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton and see what a true car buying experience is really about. Or, of course, you can go online at mbofstockton.com.
Kings Black Friday deals are here. Cheer on the Sacramento Kings with slam dunk deals this holiday season. Save up to 25% on Kings tickets. Take 20% off Kings gear in the team store. You can even elevate your game day with 20% off experiences on the Kings home court at Golden One Center. Don't miss out on scoring these deals for all the Kings fans on your list. These incredible deals are only here for a limited time. Check out all the offers for tickets, gear, experiences, and more at kings.com/Black Friday.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sacktown Sports.
339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Malik Monk said last night that he and some of the veterans plan to address the team So I'm wondering what your message to the team would be. I asked you, Jay. So do you have something you want to start, or we can go to the phones first if you're still mulling over your message?
I think my message is probably for Sirius XM. Not playing. I think my message would be R-rated. You would have to be 17 and over to buy that ticket.
Those podcast only messages.
Yeah, probably, man. I think I probably would come at the situation of testing people's heart, and seeing where they really are. This is way out to the right or left, or however you want to see it. But I'll just say this. There is so much money in the game nowadays. I think you have to really find the proper people to be a part of a team. And that goes coaches, from top to bottom, as you said. And I'm not saying anything about the Kings. I'm just saying the league, not only the NBA also. I'm talking about NFL, baseball. There's so much money in pro sports now, even college, that I think you have to really start to ask questions about people's want to.
Right.
Why? Why are you here? Do you want to be here? And for the right reasons? And I think to win a championship, don't get me wrong, I think you can win a championship with a person who's there that sees it just as their job. That's fine. Everybody, I'm not sold on you have to have the Mamba mentality. Every person on your team don't have to have the Mamba mentality. But I do think you need a few of those sprinkled throughout your roster and anything that you do in any sport that you're trying to put together. And so that would be my first thing is I'm sitting down and understanding why you even want to be here and why do you want to be a part of this? And if this is your job, can you do your job good enough to where, I don't have to question those things? And that's, for me, I think we'd have some tough, long conversations, player to player, coach to player, or, GM to player, owner to player. And I wouldn't even be bringing dudes like that on my team. But if you choose that, cool. So I think that's where I would start.
Yeah, I know we've talked about this before, but I've come to believe that in pro sports, you need some guys, everybody likes to win. We all want to win.
Sure.
But you need guys that have to win.
Yes.
There's a difference. And you want to build a team where you have one of those guys or enough of those guys that they're able to get everybody else on board with that.
Yeah.
That's one of the tricks of it. But to me, I think my message would be trying to get guys back in touch with, similar to yours, but going a different way. Why are you doing this? What do you love about this? Because you have to play. Sometimes guys are going out there and they look like they're overthinking things. They're not comfortable. They don't have confidence. They're worried about not playing. You have to go out and you have to play basketball. You get the ball, shoot the ball. You have to react quickly. We have to play together and play with more fluidity and energy. You need some of that toughness and energy, but sometimes that energy just comes from being like, I really don't care. I think that's like, it's all right.
Yeah.
You can't be so tight that, what if we fail? Just go out there and just let it fly.
True.
And that's how you're going to play your best basketball. And as a team, they're not doing that at either end.
Yeah, very true. Very, very true. I keep throwing out the word confidence. Confidence is key. And so
sometimes to get confidence, you just got to say, you know what? I just don't care.
Yep.
It's fine. I don't care, so I'm not going to try, but I don't care what could go wrong, so I'm just going to do my best.
A lot of times, as they say, you can't. What is it? You don't know the result unless you take the shot, right? So it's kind of one of those things.
339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Mark. All right, Mark, we're bringing you into the locker room to address the team. What do you got for us, Mark?
All right. You guys are playing like a Walmart bought pumpkin pie. We need you to be more like a Frank Fats banana cream pie with your effort.
Are you saying they're playing like a Kirkland pumpkin pie?
Worse than that.
Wow.
Worse than that. They're playing like a Walmart $1.99 store-bought pie that just tastes like pumpkin filling. There's no spice to it. No, and that's the thing, though. It's like, when you go to Thanksgiving and your family asks you to bring dessert, you could tell the type of person if they just sent their wife into Walmart to a pie that was right by the door,
right?
Or they went and called ahead to Frank Fats or some other, place.
Yeah.
Marie
calendars, nations. Yeah,
Great
I see
point.
you working.
Yeah.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I agree with you, Whitey. It's also we haven't seen a couple of games where they just let it fly, good or bad. Even if they're missing shots, just let it fly. When you get the ball and you get a good shot, take the shot. We're not seeing those games where they're feeling that they're catching the ball, hesitating.
Yeah.
And it's across the board with the bench, except for Malik.
Yeah. Thank you, Mark. Some great
That
points
is great
right
points.
there.
It is.
That's a good idea, just to
Great
kind of
point.
test what kind of people you have coming over. Just ask them, hey, bring over a dessert. Maybe you're not even going to eat it, but you just to see what they do, how they respond.
Let me peel back the curtain a little bit, because we have somebody in the building who doesn't eat dessert at all. So
Really?
what do you think about a person who I believe health wise can eat dessert but chooses not to?
Why, do you know why this person does it?
I do not.
Okay.
And even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. It's not your business. No,
but you're asking me to judge them, and what do I think of them? I would need to know. Why don't you?
Yeah.
That's fine. More for me.
I got you.
You don't want to eat the banana cream pie that Jay brought?
Yeah.
Fine.
I know.
Can I have your piece?
Please.
Yeah.
And maybe a little bit and maybe your second one. I keep that for tomorrow.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes. Akash with us on Sacktown Sports. Hello, Akash. How are you?
Hey guys, thank you for taking my call. It's a tough one to follow up there, but before I get to my message, I just wanted to say I think I have an idea. Part of the reason why the Kings over these last few years, basically since Golden One opened up, why they can't just establish a home court advantage, like a dominant one. I hate to say it like this. There's nothing we can really do about it, but I think the refs, we just don't get that favorable whistle at home. Like you look at SGA last night. That guy gets sneezed on, and he's getting, sent to the free throw line, and, DeMontis and De'Aaron are driving, and they're not getting any foul calls. So I feel like we just don't get that, superstar call at home, and I think that's part of the reason.
Mm-hmm.
And then as far as my message actually is to DeMar DeRozan. I love having him here. I think he's been great. He's an absolute certified bucket. But I want, DeMar to come out like Spurs DeMar or Chicago DeMar, and the facilitation, when he gets the ball, it's isolation. Kevin Huerter's not touching the ball much. Keegan Murray's not touching the ball much. And when we're talking about confidence, I feel like they're not getting the ball like we used to 2 years ago when we made it to the playoffs. They're not touching the ball as much. Their confidence is down for that reason. I need facilitation, DeMar, to come out and spread the love, and that's about it.
All right, thank you, Akash. Some interesting points there. I will say DeMar had, and this doesn't mean you're wrong, but he had 6 assists last night.
Mm-hmm.
But I understand your point. The home court thing, to me, why don't the Kings have more home court? To me, it gets back to something that was in a piece that I believe you sent me, Jay, and we talked about it briefly on the show. The NBA, the players are taking and making more threes than ever before. And there's some research that shows the more threes you make on the road, the less of a home court advantage the other team has.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and teams are killing the Kings from the 3-point line.
Yeah.
So I think that has a lot to do with it.
It's just, I think if you break it in, one of the things I took from your, I guess, points that you would attack if you were addressing the team is the way I seen it, and the way my mind told me is just get back to the simple things. Just get back to the simplest form of playing hoop,
Yeah.
and stop
it's
making
pretty
it
simple, especially offensively. It's a pretty simple, not everyone
system,
can do it, but it's a pretty, it's based on very basic basketball principles.
It is. It really is. And so that's how my mind perceived it is, I think the team just needs to get back to some of the simple things of how they've been, operating and moving around. And of course, it's easier said than done. But I do think there are simple things to fix. Just make your shots.
Yeah.
Right. Just make your shots. That's part of it. Second part of it is, and this is not how the NBA moves, but if you ain't hitting threes, stop shooting the damn ball.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that hard. Right. And so
but my coach says keep shooting it.
I get it. But that's why I said that's how I perceived what you said if you were attacking, approaching this. But we go back to, and we brought this up before. If you go back to 17, 16, somewhere around there, where the Rockets went literally like 1 for 31 or something against the Warriors. It's like, stop.
Yeah.
Even as I'm sitting there watching the games, you don't have it. Try, and this is something, as I saw somebody talk about my analogy to my daughter, and they're right. Someone's from 916. Let me give you a better analogy, although I appreciate the one you gave regarding your daughter. A teacher continually has failing students, but keeps blaming it on the student's inability to grasp what's being taught. At some point, one has to accept the fact that the teacher, no matter how knowledgeable, is responsible for making sure the students understand the subject matter. In conclusion, the teacher is at fault. That's one way, but I think you have to also look at it in the other standpoint. And this is peeling back the curtain. This is sometimes what I face my daughter is I'm a person of figure it out. If I've given you, hence the teacher, given you not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, not 7, not 8 different ways to do it, sometimes you got to take it upon yourself to figure it out. And that's part of life. And if you disagree, then probably you're one of the people that need to figure it out. And so that's my point in the form of is sometimes things don't work a certain way. They don't work in 18 different ways. And we still have to figure it out. That's what life is about. Goodness gracious. If you shot the ball 40 times and you've hit 5 times, figure it the hell out.
You know where I think
that's all
flaw there is, I think that it's a math equation. Like if you're you shoot X percentage and you're missed this many, well, that just means you got to keep shooting them. But it's, there are days when you're off, when something's not quite right up here or something's not quite right in your wrist. And when you're missing, it's like, that's not the day you keep shooting them.
Right.
I'm not sure the analytics fully takes that into account sometimes.
Yeah, they don't.
How about Rod real quick here at Sacktown Sports? Hey, Rod, thanks for hanging. What's up?
Hey, guys, I want to play on this this advice thing to the daughter, if I could.
Yes.
So I think there's some wisdom there. So first of all, I think Mike Brown has you guys said it earlier that he's told guys to.
Oh, I'm sorry, Rod. Yeah, Rod, I apologize. You're breaking up on us.
Rod, you got to get in a better spot. I wasn't interested.
Yeah.
Hold on. I'm here.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So Mike Brown, he's told the guys on what he wants to do. You guys said that. They're just not doing it. But that said, my son at a young age kept hitting his sister. She was a couple years younger and he was a lot bigger than her. And we had a rule. I mean, you can't hit a woman. And I was hell bent on teaching him this lesson. But every time I'd ground him, nothing would work. And so finally, one last time, he hit her. And I said, that's it. You're losing all electronics for 6 months. He's never hit her again. And he was young. But the point is, sometimes you need to blow things up to make them stand out more, that you're serious. And so my advice, my recommendation would be not verbal. He's already said it. So what I would do is the first time someone turns the ball over, someone doesn't do one of the things he's asked, whether it's a minute into the game, 2 minutes into the game, yank that player out. Whether it's Fox, especially if it's Fox. Because if you take and you sit the top guy, the message is sent to the entire team that we're not accepting this. We have a bar, we have a standard. No matter who does it, we're living up to that standard. At some point, words just fall on deaf ears, and it looks like they are. Second thing, in regards to Monty, look, and Monty not giving the bench, and this is Monty's fault. Look, Huerter's still on this team. There's no reason he should have been starting the year after how Keon closed out the season last year. Keon should have been the starter, period. Everyone saw that. Everyone knew that. And so Huerter, we've been waiting on him, and it's still the same thing. We're waiting on him. He's going to come around. He hasn't come around. It's not happening. They should have got rid of him last year. And so, yeah, Monty needs to make that deal, but Monty didn't put him in the starting lineup. Monty hasn't placed blind faith in a guy that hasn't produced. That is Mike Brown. So part of it's on him as well. But Keon deserved to start the season. And I think a lot of players, you could lose faith in your coach for those types of decisions. Keon deserved that starting spot. Huerter hasn't done squat. And frankly, I mean, my son won't even watch the team when Huerter's in.
Well, he can't because he had no electronics, right?
Well, good point. Good point.
Thanks, Rod. We appreciate that. Yeah. Yeah. No, you can't watch the game. Yeah.
That's tough.
Yeah. Interesting. I'll just say this, and I have no idea.
Yeah.
A coach sometimes has who plays decisions dictated to him. Is that the case here? I don't know, but that is a case sometimes. Yeah. Sometimes.
But that's true. Yeah, absolutely. It is true.
Mm-hmm.
And the other part I'd say to Rod, and I know we got to break is I hear you. I'm with that form of, discipline when you have to get to that point of removing some things to make it, being serious. The tough part beyond that, and I know sometimes we don't want to hear this is, and Drape says this, he's trying to win games. And unfortunately, and I don't know the situation of, I'm not in an organization to know if Mike has that type of solidarity behind him where, Vivek is like, listen, if we lose 3 or 4 games for you to get this point across, I'm rocking with you. I'm not sure. And unfortunately, sports just don't do that enough.
Point.
But
yeah.
I'm with Rod 100% in what he's saying. He's speaking facts.
Yeah, we will come back and look ahead to tomorrow night next on Sacktown Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Bonnie.
I'm meteorologist Heather Waldman in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. A cool and dry start to Tuesday. We'll watch for some areas of fog across the valley. Afternoon, we'll see plenty of sunshine with highs in the upper 50s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA News and the KCRA app.
When it's cold and rainy outside, Bonnie is leading the way home. Right now, stay warm and cozy with a full furnace tune-up, just $59. Plumbing, sewer, electrical, heating, and air. Schedule an appointment today at Bonnie.com.
Black Friday has officially landed at Fasteners Inc. Sacramento. The best deals of the year on power tools are happening now from November 25th through December 2nd. Get low-price Makita Bear tools starting at just $89. Makita batteries starting at only $49, and so much more. Don't miss out on your chance to grab the hottest power tool deals of the year. But hurry, these deals won't last forever. Visit us in person at 6701 Power Inn Road or shop online anytime at fastenersinc.net. Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. Better tools, better prices.
Whitey here reminding you that not all grills are created equal. Give your family a real treat. Bring out all the flavors of the upcoming holidays with the amazing Napoleon Prestige line of outdoor cookers. Napoleon grills have features other grills can't match. They're built different, built better, built to last, complete with a lifetime warranty. All made with premium steel that boasts absolute quality. Just because it's November does not mean we can't barbecue outside. Visit California Backyard now for your best selection of grills and Napoleon Grills accessories.
The holidays are always a great time to get together with family and friends, but nothing beats the thrill of Stockton Honda's deals. During Happy Honda Days, find the perfect ride in person or online. With over 400 new Hondas ready to go, now is the time to buy at Northern California's #1 Honda deal, Stockton Honda.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Number 1 claims based on 2023 total new and Honda certified pre-owned vehicle car sales from American Honda Motor Company. Sold on report.
It's Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room. And guess what? Primetime football is back. Capital Casino is giving away $500 per game in high hand bonuses for every Sunday, Monday, and Thursday night primetime game. As always, offering the best food, the best service, and the best action with the most variety of games in the region, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. So check them out, Capital Casino, and always remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sacktown Sports.
We've been talking about what messages we would give to the team tomorrow. And somehow, Jay was just comparing that to sometimes how he addresses his daughter. And so we started talking about some lessons you try to teach your children. Not that the Kings are children, but it reminds me, Jay, when I went to SF State, I took I think it was
Gators Up
child psychology. And it was really interesting and useful to me years later when I became a parent. And one of the trickiest things is natural consequences, where if a child does something and you want to discipline them, you want them to learn why not to do that, the closer your punishment follows natural consequence of what they did, the easier it is for them to learn. But it's just really hard sometimes. And, sometimes it just comes out, no, well, then you can't do this anymore. Well, that has nothing to do with it. Yeah, I know, but I couldn't think of anything.
Sure.
But it's, yeah.
And the other thing, too, as a parent, man, as much as you want to discipline your kids, you always are the safety net. You want to protect them, right? And so you want to teach them life lessons.
Yeah.
But to what consequence,
Right.
So
right.
yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
That's the key to me is when you discipline a child, it's not because you want to show them my way or the highway. It's you want to help them learn a lesson that's going to be really useful.
Right.
Yeah. We had 2 daughters, and one would, you'd say she'd do something, and you'd say, you better not do it anymore, or we're going to put that away and you won't be able to play with it. And she was good. And the other one just, that's the way kids are. And she'd test.
She's going to test that gang. Yeah.
Why aren't you like your sister? You just tell her what to do and she'd do it. Come on.
I'm the only child, so I didn't have siblings in the house to do that. And then my daughter at the moment is still the only child. But it normally, going through life's experiences, friends, family, hearing stories, reading books, whatever you want to call it, it normally happens that way, doesn't it? Like if there's 2 or 3, there's normally kind of like that one who's like, yeah, don't worry about it. I'm pushing all the limits.
Yeah, and you always think it's not true, but you think we raised them exactly the same way.
True.
How can this happen? Well,
Yeah.
because they're people. Yeah. But yeah.
It'd be real.
Yeah. I don't know. Jay Crowder, will he play tomorrow night?
Allegedly, he is going to be in the building and available as of right now. That's the plan. Last time I looked, last time I saw Fox 40 Sean Cunningham, he also said that. So looks to be in the area of playing.
Although, again, we don't actually have confirmation that the deal is done,
No.
right?
Yeah.
So it sounds like maybe he's standing by and waiting for them to dot the I's and cross the T's and so on. Yes, and it's right here. Yes, Sham says Crowder is expected to be available as soon as Wednesday's road game against the Minnesota Timberwolves. And if he's got anything to offer, they could use it without DeMar DeRozan.
Well, I'm a proponent at this point because of the way the bench is playing the rotation. I want to see if he's got anything to offer. And I know, he hasn't been playing, he hasn't been on anybody's roster, but I mean, the way some of the guys off the bench and, albeit prior to last night, you could say starters.
No, you're right.
They haven't been playing up to the best speed either. So if you can bring something to the table, please have a seat.
I'm with you. That's where it is. We, we had Anthony Slater on from the arena a week ago or so, whatever it was.
A couple weeks ago.
And so we were talking to Anthony before we went on the air, and Orlando Robinson was warming up, and we were looking at him, me and Draper going, oh, he looks pretty good. And Anthony Slater asked, but, he said, can he help? And we just said, basically, if he can, they need it, whatever he's got. Maybe he can, maybe he can't, but that's where they are right now. They're looking for somebody who can bring something off the bench. And as we all know with Orlando Robinson, he played really well his first game. Looked like, wow. Second game, didn't play very well. And then see ya.
Good luck.
Yeah.
DNP CDs.
Yeah.
Which is, it's as much as you can complain about the roster is, and that's the tough part we're facing, is there is some criticism to be had when it comes to giving people an opportunity. But in all fairness, I can understand how a Kings fan could say, hey, Jay, listen, man, if they don't have it, they don't have it. Right. And I think to even push the further, to push the narrative even further, I think that's part of the frustration. And that is the frustration of the Kevin Huerter situation, which kind of all goes back to the HB situation. It's like, I don't need you to pull up every 7 games. I need you to be a part of these other 6 too. And so I think that's where you constantly hear Kings fans question, why in the heck is a person playing when they ain't been, they haven't shown that they should be playing? And then vice versa. It's like, hey, he's 1 for 2 right now. He's batting 500. Let's see game 3, 4, and 5. And that for me is where the frustration lies. I'm like, you're constantly giving someone who's not doing nothing an opportunity, but people who've 1 for 2. Like, they've had a good game. They did have a good game. And now we don't see them anymore.
Yeah.
And I understand you get to see them during practice, but I'm just saying I don't understand it.
Yeah, I know. That's what Jerry pointed out. Practice. We're talking about practice.
Right.
They haven't been practicing that much either, though. They haven't been able to.
Which is.
Yeah. Haven't beaten Minnesota yet this year. Is Minnesota going to be this year's New Orleans Pelicans?
I hope not.
Yeah, it's funny because I know Katie mentioned it last night, and Kyle mentioned it yesterday. It's like, well, yeah, the Kings are struggling, but look at Minnesota. They're not playing great. It's true, but they've beaten you twice in your own building already.
Right. They see you and it's like, oh, we got to go get this one. This is the one we go get.
Yeah. So we're back with you tomorrow. I apologize, Jay, not to put you on the spot. I don't know. Is Drapes with us tomorrow?
Drapes is with us tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Live from Minnesota.
All right.
Minnesota.
Yes. And then we'll be taking you right to game night and tip-off. Thank you, Jay. Thank you, sir. Thanks for being with me on Pumpkin Pie. Appreciate that.
Oh, yeah, man. Ain't nobody. I wouldn't even raise that spoon up.
Do we have Infinity Sports Radio coming up? Yes. Stick around for quality sports,
not pumpkin pie
radio broadcasting. Infinity Sports Radio next on Sacktown Sports.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Insurance companies perform a very valuable service, but they want to keep their money. Although most cases settle before trial, it is paramount that the insurance companies know that if pressed, your legal team has the experience to take your case all the way. For 25 years, Ashton & Price has earned the reputation that if the insurance company isn't fair, we're ready to force them to be fair. My mom used to warn me, wait till dad gets home. Think of us as dad. The best part, there's no fee until we win.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
At Makita, good enough is never enough. Anyone can throw in a stronger motor, but it takes precision to find that balance of power, performance, and longevity. We obsess over every detail. We design, test, redesign, and do it all over again to create tools that'll keep going with you from project to project, job site to job site, year after year. If it's not right, don't put your name on it. Makita, available at the Home Depot.
Carmichael Dave here from my good friends at American Energy. Cool weather, if not cold weather, is in our future. You know that. It'll eventually get there, and American Energy wants to make sure your system is operating safely and properly. So now is the time to take advantage of the $49 fall tune-up inspection. That's regularly $119, but includes a full safety and duct inspection. And if your system's over 10 years old, it's free. The tune-up is on American Energy. Give them a call right now. They're offering $50 off your first recommended repair, or if you need a new furnace, that's half off the price of a new unit. American Energy been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You can check them out at theaeway.com for an instant quote. That's theaeway.com. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Get year-end pricing during Happy Honda Days at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop for great pricing on our entire selection of new CRVs, HRVs, Ridgeline, Civics, and Accords. Plus, with low finance and lease options, now's the time to buy. Hurry in and save during Happy Honda Days at Folsom Lake Honda, or go to folsomlakehonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
The sewer system. It's probably the last thing on your mind, and that's okay. Because at the Sacramento Area Sewer District, it's our first priority. As the region's largest sewer utility, we own and maintain thousands of miles of sewer pipe. And our job is to get to your sewer problem before it interrupts your life. So whether you've got a slow drain or a backup, call us first, day or night. The Sacramento Area Sewer District. It's a dirty job, but we're happy to do it.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacktown Sports 1140.
You're listening to the JR Sport Brief.
It is the JR Sport Brief Show here with you coast to coast on the Infinity Sports Network. Thank you to everybody tuned in all over North America. My friends in Canada. My friends in the United States of America. My friends in Mexico. I don't know. Maybe it crosses over into the border. We got plenty of ways that people can listen. Trust me. Okay. They tell me about it. Anyway, I'll be here with you for one more hour. This show gets started every weekday at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 Pacific. I hope you're ready for the holiday. You're ready for Thanksgiving. Whether you're cooking, taking time off, whether you're doing nothing, whether you're on the highways, the byways, the roadways, sitting in traffic, please be safe out there, please, okay? A lot of crazy things going on. We got NFL players getting DUIs. Don't get a DUI. Don't do it. Think about yourself. Think about others. Think about people's families. Some JR wisdom. Anyway, we've had a lot that's going on tonight. College football playoff rankings were just released. We just had a great conversation. Ben Hartsock, Big Ten champion, Ohio State national champion, radio champion, NFL player. He did everything. He came through to talk to us about the rankings. Heard from Aaron Rodgers earlier in the show. No, he didn't talk to us. We don't got $1 million to give him. He spoke to Pat McAfee. He said that he prefers if he plays next year, to play for the Jets. Well, I think the Jets don't want him. And speaking of college football, he had a 73-year-old coach. He got the boot today. Mac Brown fired. He was just telling everybody, man, I wanted to stay. I'll be back with North Carolina. They say, no, sir. No, you won't. You won't be coaching here. Go back to Texas. Oh, they don't want you back there either. Sorry. Take $5 million for the next 3 years and retire. Well, do something. Just don't coach us anymore. What a hard knock life it is. What a day. What a day. What a day. Anyway, 855-212-4227. That's 855-212-4227. You can find me on the internet. I am at JR Sport Brief. I'm gearing up for the holiday like a lot of folks. Today is my final day of the week until I'm back here on Monday. Hickey, this is the last time we're hanging out together until Monday, right?
And I believe if I have the calendar right, this is the last time we will be together in the month of November.
Oh, damn. How about that? When is December 1st?
I believe it is Sunday.
Oh, damn. Wow.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Wow. December. Wow. At least it's not 2020, right?
Remember that?
Oh, wish I had an eraser for that. Oh my goodness. Oh, damn. Anyway, time is just flying. Wow. You'll be holding it down tomorrow, right? You'll be here.
Looking forward to it. Should be a fun time.
That's gonna be fun, man. It's gonna be fun. What you gonna talk about? Do you know?
I don't. Well, oh, you know what? I actually do know one thing we're going to talk about.
What?
I'm going to do the top six.
Great.
Try to keep the show the same, even though you're not there, right? Consistency.
Lovely.
The topic for the top six, kind of coming off or really going into Thanksgiving.
Yes.
Top 6 best American sports holidays.
Oh my goodness. Wow. Damn. Best of what? Say that again. American sports holidays?
American sports holidays. Because I would say Thanksgiving, right, is one with football.
Wait. The Super Bowl is number one.
I actually don't have the Super Bowl number one.
What? But the Super Bowl counts as a sports holiday,
yes,
right?
It does. And it is on the list.
Wait until we get 18 games and they do it over President's Day.
And that may change the rankings. I do think, I don't know about you, I do feel, and because it's a Sunday, it does take a little bit away from it.
Well, now, but I think we discussed this. It ain't going to be no stinking holiday for us.
Right. And it probably never will be. And that's, we signed up for that. Fine. But like in terms of like hype and excitement, like people get excited, right, about the Super Bowl, but it's on a Sunday night. And like whether you're us or like whatever job you have, it's still a job and you're still working on Monday.
No. If I had any other job, I would not be working the next day. I don't know what other job I'd be having, but no, I would not be working. I would not.
And then too, like, it's cool, right? Don't get me wrong. It's great. It's fun. There is still like, there's definitely less excitement when your team's not in it.
Oh, no.
Like
Hickey.
it's not as
Hickey. I do not know. What I don't know what year it was. What year are we in? 18?
We're in 2024.
Oh, I know that. I'm saying in 18, calendar year 18, is that when the Eagles beat the Patriots? Was that 18 or 17?
2017 season, 2018 calendar year.
2018. Yes. You want to know why I remember that?
I would love to know.
Because the Irish place across the street from me, I don't even know, had wings that were cents. There was cents. Like it wasn't dollar. It was like, get this amount of wings for this many cents. And the shots were like a couple of dollars. And the beers were a couple of dollars. Hickey, let's just say I had myself a night with my cousin and a friend. Okay, how about that?
Did they know it was a Super Bowl?
Yes, that was the point.
Oh, because no one goes out. Everyone stays at home.
Bruh. The wings were something cents. The shots were a couple of dollars. The beers were a couple of dollars. That was my favorite day of that year, Hickey. Okay. All right. And then the Eagles beat Tom Brady. Yes, that was my favorite day of 2018. I don't remember too much about 2018. I remember that day. Okay.
See, I remember that Super Bowl too, and I hated it because I hated both teams.
Oh, well, you got to pick one, right?
Wow. And you know who I actually ended up rooting for? I hate to say it.
Eagles?
Patriots.
Oh, no.
I knew too many people from Philly. And I said, I hate this fan base.
Oh, no. I like the Eagles. I like the
The hate is dissipated. I do like the Eagles now, I will say. And
I will
the
choose.
Fans are fine, but
there are a couple of teams in my life I will never root for. Never. I will never root for the Patriots. I will never root for the Pacers. Let's see.
Reggie Miller, right? Throwback.
Oh my God. Yeah, I will never root for them ever. It's a shame. How you got all these New York people playing for the Pacers, right? You had Mark Jackson, a New Yorker through and through on the Pacers. You had Chris Mullin, another New Yorker through and through on the Pacers. And I could still never root for them ever. Those are two teams that stand out to me. Never New England, never Pacers, ever. Anyway, that sounds like a good top six, Hickey. Sounds like fun.
Yeah, I'm excited. I got the 6 down. I think it's a good list. I think it's topical. I like that you do that a lot. So I try to mirror what you do and hopefully it goes well.
If I'm not incapacitated, is it okay if I call you?
Oh, absolutely. I think honestly, the listeners would appreciate if you were incapacitated and then did call.
I
think that's the radio people want to hear.
And no, those two things don't go together. That'd be impossible.
Just call in RJ from Florida. I won't tell anybody.
Okay, I'll be calling you
like an idiot caller instead of JR.
I'll be calling you from Florida, Atlanta. Okay, I don't know if that city exists, but I don't know. Well, that state doesn't exist, so I'll be calling you from Florida, Georgia. Okay.
I like it. I like it.
Okay.
I won't say a word. I don't think anyone else will pick up on it. The bosses definitely for sure won't notice.
Wink, wink. Sure.
And I think it could be some good radio.
Okay. All right. We'll see. No guarantees. I might be passed out, but yeah, if I get a chance to pop in, I just might, Hickey. I might. The top 6 is fun. That's good. Anyway, speaking of top 6, we had a top 6 change here in the college football playoff rankings. At number 1, we got Oregon. Number 2, we got The Ohio State University. We got Texas at 3. Penn State doesn't move at 4. Hey, Notre Dame slides up to 5. Miami slides up from 8 to 6. There's your 6. Then we got Georgia at 7, Tennessee at 8. SMU moves up to 9. Indiana falls to 10 after getting smacked by The Ohio State. Boise State 11. Clemson moves up to 12. Alabama falls to 13. Ole Miss is at 14. Gamecocks at 15. Arizona State at 16. Tulane, Greenway at 17. Iowa State 18. BYU 19. They fall. Texas A&M 20. Mizzou is 21, UNLV 22, Illinois 23, Kansas State 24, Colorado at 25. There we have it. 855-212-4227. That's 855-212-4227. Alabama sits at number 13. Just last week, Alabama was sitting at number 7. And Ward Manuel, outside of going on television wearing bad shirts, he has some explanations as to why some teams fell and where they went. How about this one? Ward Manuel taking a look at Indiana, who last week was ranked 5th. Now they're 10th. You think about Indiana getting smacked around by Ohio State. Hey, Ward, tell us, why did they go from 5 specifically to 10?
We viewed Indiana. They played well at times against Ohio State, and Ohio State pulled out a victory and really came on in the second half of that game. But we were impressed with some of the things that Indiana did. And they dropped 5, but we still felt that their body of work was strong enough to remain in the top 10.
I told you about SMU. SMU is sitting here now in the 9th spot. They're waiting on the ACC championship game. Who is it going to be? Is it going to be Miami? Is it going to be Clemson? If they take on one of those teams and they take an L, what happens to SMU? Ward Manuel, fill me in.
Well, Reese, I won't project what the committee will do, but what I'll say is that we have high regard, as I've said in the past, for the teams that make the championship. That's a big deal to make the conference championship. And so we're going to watch those games and make sure as we watch them that we look at everything that's going on in those games, everything that they've done throughout the season as we look at where to rank them in the final week.
Okay. How about this? I know we got some questions about this one. What about all these 3 lost teams? I told you Alabama, they have fallen from 7 to 13. They got a record of 8-3 after losing to the Sooners 24-3. Ole Miss, they lost to Florida. In South Carolina, I don't care what their defense does, sitting at 15. And Texas A&M 8-3. What about all these 3 lost teams? How do you measure that out with some of these schools that only have 2 losses? Well, listen to Ward Manuel.
Well, I think the appetite is there to rank the teams as we see them. And if a team with 1 more loss than a team in front of them, and we feel like they should be ahead of them, then we've shown that we will do that. In the past 10 years in the history of the CFP, there has been